Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
If everyone can make sure they're muted when they enter.
哎呀，死啦！我喉嚨痛啊，喉嚨
Please
喊啊。
mute yourselves. Thank you.
We're just gonna give it a minute, let the waiting room clear. All right. All right, again, thank you all for your patience. We do have a Cantonese interpreter that is joining us today, so our hearing will look a little differently. Terry, if you want to just introduce yourself and just say good afternoon to everybody.
Sure, thank you. 大家好，我係 Terry，我今日係你哋嘅廣東話翻譯啦。咁今日嘅有一個部分咧係需要廣東話嘅翻譯嘅，咁到時咧我會同你用廣東話嘅交傳嘅方式去翻譯。多謝大家過嚟參加我哋今次嘅會議。Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And if everyone can just bear with us today, this is our first time using an interpreter, so you know this hearing will probably be longer than usual. But good afternoon. This is a hearing before the Boston Cannabis Board, the BCB. Today is September 13th, 2023. We do have a Cantonese interpreter joining us today, Terry Yin, so our hearing is going to go a little differently today. Terry, do you want to translate that?
Yep. 歡迎大家好，歡迎大家嚟參加我哋今次嘅會議啦。呢個係我哋第一次使用呢個翻譯嘅功能。咁咧多謝大家嘅耐心啦，同埋咧今次咧我哋係呢個 BCB 嘅聽證會，就 Boston 呢個大馬嘅委員會嘅聽證會。咁今日嘅時間咧，依家咧係9月嘅13號嘅下晝1點15分。
Thank you. Today's hearing is being conducted pursuant to certain temporary amendments to the open meeting law. This is what allows us to meet virtually. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted to the City of Boston's website.
咁今次嘅會議咧，亦都係基於呢個嘅公開會議嘅法律啦，亦都係喺呢個網上邊會面嘅嚇。咁呢個係一個公開嘅會議嚇。唔該。
Before I review some procedural matters, I will introduce Chairwoman Kathleen Joyce.
咁喺我哋開始我哋今日會議之前咧，我想介紹下我哋嘅主席Carolyn。
Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us today. My name is Kathleen Joyce. I am chair of the Boston Cannabis Board. I appreciate having Terry here today to translate for our non-English speaking listeners. Also pleased to be joined today by my fellow commissioners, Commissioner John Smith, Commissioner Lisa Holmes, and Commissioner Gabriel Camacho.
咁多謝大家嚟參加我哋今次嘅會議啦。咁我咧就係Kathleen，咁我係呢個 BCB 嘅主席嚇。咁今日參加我哋嘅會議咧，仲有我哋幾個位嘅委員會啦嚇 ，John Smith 嚇 Lisa 同埋 Gabriel。
My name is Jasmine Nguyen, and I am the Boston Cannabis Manager, and we are also joined by Allison Quinn, who is the Project Manager for the BCB.
咁我嘅名叫做 Jasmine Nguyen，咁我係呢個 BCB 嘅管理人員經理，咁我哋亦都有一個嘅負責人啦。咁今日亦都係參加我哋嘅會議嘅。
All parties appearing before us today were informed that we will be calling the agenda items out of order. We are going to start with our amendment item, Holland Brands, and then we will move to our new license applicants, starting with item number 4, Dragon Buds.
咁今日我哋嘅所有委員會嘅成員咧都知道啦。咁我哋今日嘅會議嘅內容會有改變，順序有改變。我哋第一個咧先會去有一個嘅 Holland Brand 嘅一個改正跟進嘅呢個嘅計劃啦。咁之後咧就會去討論呢個叫做 Dragon Bucks 嘅呢個申請啦。
I will begin by reading each item into the record. I will then ask who is present on behalf of the proposal before us. We will begin with amendments to already approved licenses, so they will have 5 minutes to present to the BCB, followed by questions from the board members.
咁我哋一開始咧就會讀下關於呢個嘅項目嘅信息啦。咁之後咧有5分鐘嘅時間俾呢個申請者去做呢個大概嘅介紹啦。咁之後咧就為我哋嘅委員會嘅成員咧去問問題嘅。
We will then move to the new license applications, where the applicants will have 10 minutes to present to the BCB, followed by questions from the board members. We will then take public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives, followed by the general public.
咁咧，我哋嘅秩序咧就之後咧就係新嘅呢個申請證書嘅申請者，咁咧有10分鐘嘅時間俾佢哋介紹俾 BCB， 之後咧就由 BCB 嘅委員會嘅成員咧去詢問問題，咁之後咧就開放俾我哋公眾去發言啦。咁公眾嘅發言秩序咧就係明選嘅官員先啦，咁之後董事會之後咧就係我哋公眾去發言啦。
If you wish to testify, please sign up via the link that will be put in the chat. If you have done so already, you do not have to do it again. Additionally, you may use the chat function or raise hand function to request to testify.
咁咧，如果你係需要發言嘅話咧，你可以喺呢個聊天嘅功能入邊點擊呢個 link 呢個鏈接就可以申請要發言。咁如果你之前已經申請咗啦，你就唔需要再申請啦。咁如果咧你除此之外咧，你可以用聊天嘅功能同埋舉手嘅功能都可以發言嘅。
Please wait until the matter in which you would like to speak about is called.
咁咧，請你哋咧等待，耐心等待，等到我哋講到呢個話題嘅時候，先俾你發言。
Do not use the chat function to give testimony. It will not be considered. Please state your full name, address, and affiliation, if any, when testifying.
咁請你唔好用呢個聊天嘅功能咧，去做呢個嘅發言啦。你喺發言嘅時候咧，就需要講你嘅全名嚇，你咪你嘅地址，同埋你係邊個機構，係代表邊個機構嘅。
There are a lot of raised hands currently. We're going to lower those hands, and when the matter in which you would like to speak about is called, then you can re-raise your hand.
咁我見到有好多人已經舉起手啦。咁依家咧，我哋會將你嘅手擺低。咁當我哋咧講到呢個相關嘅內容嘅時候，再俾你哋去舉手嘅。
Testimony will be limited to 2 minutes, at which time you will be muted. Additional testimony may be submitted in writing to cannabisboard@boston.gov.
咁我哋嘅發言咧係唔可以超過2分鐘嘅時間啦。咁如果你需要額外嘅時間，你亦都可以用書面嘅方式將佢用郵件方式送俾我哋。
The record will be kept open until Tuesday, September 19th at 5 p.m. The BCB does not give any more weight to spoken testimony than it does written testimony.
咁我哋咧會將佢擺入記錄入邊。當你哋將呢個嘅書面嘅見證或者你嘅發言稿發俾我哋，我哋嘅截止日期咧係下個星期2嘅9月19號。咁喺今日之後咧就唔會俾大家用口頭發言啦，就可以淨係接受書面嘅發言。
Thank you, Terry. So we're gonna start with our first item, which is Holland Brands. Terry, you do not have to translate this portion of the hearing. But the first item is Holland Brands SB LLC. The license premise is 115 K Street, also known as 538 East First Street, South Boston. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license. And the license request is to use the DBA Native Son. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
Good afternoon. I am Charlie Yon, Chief of Staff for Holland Brands SB LLC, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Alicia Champagne-Berge, Senior Compliance Coordinator.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you to the Boston Cannabis Board for allowing Holland Brands SB LLC to appear before you today. As I mentioned, I'm Charlie Yon, Chief of Staff, and I'm joined by my colleague, Alicia Champagne-Berge, Senior Compliance Coordinator. We are before you today requesting approval for our Doing Business as Name application, and we'll take this opportunity to provide the board with a general update on our progress towards commencing operations. I would ask if we could please mute Manhua Zhu, playing music, please. Thank you. Holland Brands SB LLC is requesting to do business as Native Sun. This DBA name has been previously approved by the Cannabis Control Commission, the CCC, and the Boston City Clerk's Office. And we are seeking the same approval from the Boston Cannabis Board. Evidence of the approval from the CCC and Boston City Clerk's Office were provided via email to the board and Jasmine Nguyen on Friday, August 18th, 2023. Upon approval, we would be Holland Brands SB LLC DBA Native Sun. Native Sun is the brand name for our company's retail locations. Holland Brands SB LLC is currently provisionally licensed with the CCC. On August 9th, we conducted our first and only post-provisional license inspection, as we passed without any deficiencies, thanks in large part to Alicia's preparations and execution. We are on the CCC's September 14th public meeting agenda and anticipate being awarded our final license. Upon approval, we will initiate our post-final license inspection, PFLI, and aim to prepare for our next CCC inspection so that we can pass again without any deficiencies. Upon the successful completion of our PFLI, we will coordinate a date to commence operations with the CCC and the BCB accordingly. We are prepared to answer any questions that the board may have at this time and would like to thank you again for hearing our request and update. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. We're just gonna have Terry let the others know that that portion is not gonna be translated.
Thank you, Jasmine. 大家好，咁呢個部分咧係唔需要翻譯嘅。我哋到咗我哋嗰個下一個嘅話題嘅時候咧，係先需要翻譯上，所以咧就請大家耐心等候啦。唔該晒。Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Terry. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Jasmine. Charlie, thank you for joining us today. I have no questions.
Commissioner Smith?
Thanks, Jasmine. No, I don't.
Commissioner Holmes?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Camacho?
No questions.
Thank you. We will move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representative. No elected officials or representatives. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in regards to this proposal?
Jasmine, we do have someone signed up to provide testimony. Maria Malone. Maria, could you please restate your name and address for the record, and you can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Maria Malone, 525 East First Street. I'm directly across the street from the proposed site. As most of the commissioners are probably well aware, myself and our neighborhood has been strongly opposed to this retail establishment on a street where we don't have retail. I would ask if the commissioners have had the opportunity to review the December 2022 public meeting hosted by Prince LaBelle.
Hi, Maria. This
Yes.
is just only about the DBA proposal. This is not about, the application was approved by this board and they received zoning relief. So we're only here to discuss the Native Sun DBA.
Okay, well, I have 2 minutes to express my, so.
Yeah, about the proposal.
Yeah, okay,
about the
so
DBA.
my question would be then, why didn't the company originally apply under Native Sun if their other businesses are under Native Sun? And, you know, I'm aware of a lawsuit with a former employee. And so that just, to me, calls into question the company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Malone. That's all the folks who signed up online, Jasmine.
Thank you, Allison. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in regards to the DBA Native Sun for this proposal?
Ms. Nguyen, this is Leslie Delaney Hawkins, counsel to the licensee. I just want to reiterate that this is simply a change in doing business as. There are no changes to operation. This is just the process that we go through. We could not have our doing business as approved by the Boston Cannabis Board, obviously, until it had been approved by the Cannabis Control Commission. So that's simply where we are in the process.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to provide testimony about this proposal? All right, seeing no one, the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you. All right, next we are going to move to item number 4. Dragon Buds. Terry.
好啦，咁下邊咧，我哋就去到我哋下一個嘅議題啦，就係呢個 Dragon Bug 嘅申請。
Okay. The applicant is Dragon Buds Inc., DBA Dragon Buds. The proposed license premise is 25 to 29 Beach Street, Chinatown. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license.
咁我哋嘅申請者咧係 Dragon Bug Inc.，咁個地址咧就係25號到29號 Beach 街喺唐人街。咁佢嘅申請嘅呢個證書類別咧就係零售嘅呢個娛樂大麻店。
The proposed hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday. This is a non-equity applicant. The initial filing of the application was April 25th, 2023. The filing with Inspectional Services was September 8th, 2022, and the community meeting was held on June 29th, 2023. There is a buffer zone conflict with another cannabis establishment.
咁呢個申請嘅申請者嘅運營嘅時間咧，就係從朝早嘅10點到晚黑嘅9點，星期一到星期六。星期日嘅時間運營嘅時間咧，就係朝早嘅11點到晚黑嘅7點。咁呢個咧就係一個非平等嘅呢個non-equity 嘅呢個情況啦嚇。咁同時咧，佢一開始嘅申請時間咧就係今年嘅4月25號嚇。咁佢申請到呢個嘅檢察服務辦公室咧，就係2022年嘅9月嘅8號。咁社區嘅會議咧就係喺2023年嘅6月29號開嘅。咁咧呢個中間咧係有一個同其他嘅大麻店中間會有一個嘅緩衝渠嘅衝突啊。
Right. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
邊個係佢哋嘅代表咧？
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Derek.
That's okay.
Okay, hi, my name is Chung Lee. I'm here on behalf of Dragon Buds Inc. I'm joined here from with one of our consultants, Mr. Wesley Ritchie, who currently operates another dispensary over in Drake, Massachusetts.
咁我個名叫做 Chung Lee， 咁我係 Dragon Bug 嘅申請者嘅代表，咁同我嘅同事一齊Richie， 佢係呢個 Dragon Bug 喺麻州嘅運作嘅呢個代表嚟嘅。
All right, Chung, you have 10 minutes. You may share your screen and begin.
Sure. I'll have to first apologize. I'm working on the road. I'm actually not back in my home office. So I will have a colleague have a screen share on things that I want to talk about. And hopefully my line won't drop because we've had problems with the lines dropping. So hopefully everything will be okay.
咁一開始我想同大家報歉啦，就因為我喺路上邊，我唔喺我屋企，所以咧希望我嘅網絡會穩定嚇。咁我同事會同大家分享呢個嘅屏幕嘅。
Okay, as mentioned by Jasmine, our facility is called Dragon Buds Inc., DBA Dragon Buds. We are proposing opening up a recreational dispensary to be located at 2529 Beach Street in Boston.
咁我哋嘅申請嘅名咧叫做 Dragon Bug Inc. 咁我哋嘅地址咧就係25到29號 Beach 街喺 Boston 嘅，咁係屬於呢個大麻店嘅。
Okay, Dragon Buds consists of a bunch of three business, long-term business and residents of downtown Boston and Chinatown.
咁咧，我哋係邊個啦？咁我哋係一組嘅做生意嘅商人啦。咁喺唐街嘅咁都係喺唐街做生意嘅人嚟嘅。
As residents of Chinatown, business owners and residents of Chinatown, we've seen Chinatown not go through a good situation, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic.
咁我哋作為唐街喺唐街做生意嘅老闆啦，咁我哋發現咧，亦都喺唐街喺疫情之後嘅生意出現咗呢個好大嘅下降嘅問題。
So as a result, we got together and as a group, as an entity, to try to see if we can improve the conditions of Chinatown.
咁作為一組嘅做生意嘅商人啦，咁我哋希望咧可以改善唐街嘅呢個生意嘅範圍呢個氛圍啦。
In order to do this, we would need capitalization. So the efforts from our group would be to focus on the business relations that would be able to provide the capitalization to achieve the goals that we need to do to improve Chinatown.
咁要咁樣做嘅咧，我哋需要一啲資本啦。咁我哋咧就由呢班人咧就一齊咧去將呢個嘅資本咧就係集中起身咧，先可以改善唐街嘅。
As a result, we've decided on opening a recreation dispensary. As this business, we feel on the business side will provide us with the necessary capitalization to achieve our goals for the benefit of Chinatown.
咁我哋咧就決定咧就開呢個嘅娛樂嘅大麻店啦。咁呢個大麻店咧就可以達到我哋嘅商業嘅目標，亦都可以幫到我哋唐街達到目標嘅。
As indicated earlier, right now, Chinatown, I won't say that we're in decline. I certainly do not wish to say that as part of the community, but I believe that we can be a lot more stronger and more vigorous than what we're experiencing today.
咁我好似之前講咗咧，唐街咧，我唔想講唐街嘅呢個生意呢個氛圍咧就下降嘅，我只不過希望咧唐街嘅經濟咧會更加強大啦，同埋更加嘅有韌性嘅。
However, I have noticed as well as everybody else that a lot of business has been transferring over to neighboring cities such as Quincy and Malden. I believe such business should remain in Chinatown and Boston.
咁同時咧，我亦都發現咧，好多嘅商業咧都慢慢遷離咗波士去到Quincy 啊同埋 Modern 嘅咁我都希望咧唐街可以繼續嘅發展落去。
Our primary goals, can you go to primary goals? For this program is to provide safe security for Chinatown as a whole to reduce violence, assaults, and robberies.
咁我哋主要嘅目標咧，就希望咧可以咧為唐街嘅居民提供呢個就業嘅機會啦，同埋咧為唐街提供一個安全同埋減少暴力呢個問題。
We also wish to provide academic and recreation programs for the Chinatown youth.
咁同時我哋都希望可以。
Hello?
I think someone probably unmuted themselves by accident.
Oh.
Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear both of you.
Okay. Somebody muted me. Okay, so 咁同時咧，我哋亦都係喺唐街呢度咧，可以提供一啲為呢啲青年提供一啲運動、體育同埋學術上邊嘅活動。
Okay. Can everybody hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. We also wish as a group to increase the business opportunities so that we can attract new and upper scale businesses back into Chinatown.
咁同時咧，我哋亦都希望咧可以吸引更加多嘅呢個商業嘅機會啦，嚟到唐街啦。咁我哋咧亦都可以將更加多嘅生意更加多嘅經濟咧，幫助我哋唐街嘅。
It is our intention to use to open this recreation and cannabis out, not only to achieve these goals, but also to address the needs of the community with regards to cannabis usage.
咁同時咧，我哋除咗開呢個大麻店嘅目標咧之外咧，我哋都希望咧可以咧達到我哋唐街嘅目標啦，就係希望咧可以幫助我哋嘅唐街更加多嘅可以有多啲嘅呢個幫助同埋福利嘅。
On the share screen right now, you will see our proposed layout. We will be following the rules and regulations of CCC in the generation of the physical attributes of the dispensary. Hello?
Harry, are you muted again?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think somebody keep muting me. 好，咁呢個圖片上邊咧就係睇到我哋大麻店嘅內部啦。咁呢個大麻店嘅內部嘅所有嘅設計啦，同埋佢嘅裝修咧，都係按照呢個 CCC 嘅標準啦，同埋我哋呢個大麻店嘅規定所做嘅設計嚟嘅。
We have access to the building to which Dragon Butts will be operating out of the first floor, and we intend to use the building to improve the business aspects for Chinatown in the future as well.
咁我哋會喺1樓啦，同埋咧，我哋亦都係希望咧，可以通過呢個大麻店咧，去幫助我哋嘅唐街嘅生意啦，令到佢更加嘅繁榮嘅。
We are looking to provide either recreation activity facilities as well as eateries in the second and third floor, as well as hoping to help in the housing industry, the housing issues by creating residential units from floors 3 to 6.
咁我哋亦都會有一啲嘅娛樂嘅地方啦，俾大家，同埋咧亦都希望咧喺2樓嗰度咧會有一啲嘅餐廳啦，同埋咧亦都希望咧可以提供呢啲房屋俾我哋唐街啦，就從4樓到6樓嘅。
The services that we are providing will be not only for the youth, it will be for the elderly as well.
咁我哋提供嘅服務，除咗俾青年之外咧，亦都係可以俾到我哋老人家嘅。
Our employment plan will be first and foremost to provide employment opportunities for the local residents of Chinatown, and then within the city of Boston.
咁係我哋嘅就業計劃啦，咁我哋就業計劃咧會優先考慮唐街嘅居民就業，咁之後咧就會考慮 Boston 嘅居民嘅。
This is again in a consistent effort to try to improve the economic and business environment of Boston Chinatown.
咁呢個咧亦都係幫助我哋唐街嘅呢個嘅商業同埋經濟嘅環境啦。
We intend to follow any and every rule and regulations as promulgated by the CCC to ensure the safe operation of the cannabis dispensary.
咁我哋亦都會跟隨呢個 CCC 嘅規定啦，所有嘅規章制度啦，去保證我哋嘅運營咧係安全嘅。
We will also be.
Sean, can I for a second? If your slideshow can be on whichever topic you're talking about, we got to request that the slideshow is not matching with what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
咁等下調整一下呢個幻燈片佢講嘅內容同幻燈片唔係同步嘅。
You want the employment? I'm putting it on right now. I'm working on a separate computer for it because I'm not in my office. Sorry.
Okay.
The employment. Yeah, why don't you do that? Okay. Jasmine, can you see that one?
Yes.
Okay. Again, the key point of any cannabis dispensary is control. That's always been our key. We need to control and educate. In this regard, we have entailed other partners and brothers in this cannabis business to help us educate and have our employees take all the necessary safety regulation courses to operate a cannabis shop.
咁我哋最中意最核心嘅部分咧，就係去做呢個控制嘅工作啦，同埋教育嘅工作啦。咁希望咧可以幫助更加多嘅，同埋我哋啲同行啦，可以幫助佢哋，亦都去教育去令到大家更加多嘅人去認識到我哋嘅大麻店嘅運作係安全嘅，同埋我哋都會咧需要用所有嘅我哋嘅資源咧，去幫助我哋喺大麻店工作嘅員工，去令到佢哋要符合呢個嘅規定同埋去培訓嘅。
With me today is Mr. Wesley Ritchie. He's one of our consultants. He will be a principal factor in developing our overall operations. We are looking forward to hire, with the approval of this board, of course, the proper operational staff to run the cannabis shop in a legal and proper way.
好，咁同時咧，我嘅同事咧叫做Wesley Richie 咧，咁佢係我哋嘅顧問嚟嘅，咁佢係負責我哋呢個大麻店嘅運營啦，咁我哋嘅員工亦都係會保證佢哋所有嘅員工喺度運作嘅時候咧，都係合法同埋係合規嘅。
Wesley, are you here today?
I am. Hello.
Okay,
Sure.
would you please give a couple of minutes to the audience to explain what we will be doing together?
Absolutely.
Sorry, just to interrupt, is there a slide that correlates what he's gonna talk about, or, because right now it's employment plan, is he talking about employment plan, or is this separate?
Oh, no, this is not a flyer. It's basically he's our consultant.
Okay.
If that's not allowed, then we'll have to skip it.
No, that's fine, someone just asked in the chat that it
Sure,
was,
thank you.
but.
Sorry about that.
It's all related. I'm happy to just jump in quickly. Hello, my name is Wes Ritchie. I'm actually one of the co-owners and CEOs of Treehouse Craft Cannabis. We own and operate 2 dispensaries, and that have been open, one of them which has been open for about 2 years. I just wanted to note that in my experience, it's operators like Dragon Buds who learn from the experience of other operators and seek guidance who do the best in the industry and who actually come through on things like the employment plan that's on the screen.
Sorry, can you allow for the interpreter to be
Oh,
able
sure.
to
Sorry.
translate? Sorry.
係好咁我總結一下，咁佢名叫做Wes Ritchie 啦，咁佢咧就係呢個Three House 嘅呢個大麻店嘅 owner 啦，咁同時咧佢哋亦都運營2個其他嘅唔同嘅大麻店啦，亦都有好多年嘅經驗㗎啦。咁咧佢哋想講嘅咧就係所有依家我哋睇緊呢個嘅就業計劃啦，咁佢哋話所有嘅運作都係合法合規嘅。Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So in my experience, it's operators like Dragon Buds who learn from other operators and engage with other operators that do the best in this industry and are the most prepared to operate safely and to operate compliantly.
咁作為呢個 Dragon Bud 啦，佢同其他嘅我哋嘅同行咧係一致嘅，佢哋係用最嚴格嘅呢個行業上邊嘅安全標準咧去保證佢係合規嘅。
And then also in our experience, you know, we think that this is a sign of an operator who reaches out to more experienced operators are the kind of businesses that make good on their commitments to the community in the cannabis industry.
咁同埋根據我經驗咧，嗰啲有經驗嘅運營者咧，咁佢哋喺做呢個生意嘅時候咧，佢會更加多嘅關注投入我哋嘅社區嘅貢獻嘅。
And so I think that's all I wanted to say for now, is just saying that I'll be a resource here if there are any additional questions. But it truly is a good sign, a strong sign of an operator that's reaching out to network within the industry. So thank you for your time.
咁呢個就係我想同大家去講嘅內容啦。咁我就想強調一下呢個公司咧係非常嘅一個好強大嘅公司嚟嘅嚇，大家咧唔需要擔心。
Okay, thank you, Wesley. So
多謝你。
We are rapidly reaching 9 minutes. So I'll just close this off and open it up for questions, which I expect will be a lot. To achieve all these programs, to increase security, to have recreational activities for the elderly and the youth, we are proposing giving back 5% on our net to the community to accomplish these goals.
咁我哋講到咁多嘅我哋嘅項目啦，包括我哋嘅青年同埋老人家嘅項目啦，我哋咧就已經承諾咧係俾5%我哋嘅呢個淨收入咧係去到我哋嘅社區度嘅。
With that, I would like to close our presentation. I can see from my timer we're at 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Thank you to the board and the audience for listening to me.
多謝你嘅董事會，多謝你大家去聽我去發言啦。咁我知道個時間就嚟到啦，我知道後邊有好多人想問問題嘅，多謝你哋。
Thank you. If you can stop sharing your screen.
Stop sharing the screen, please. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna begin with questions from the board members, starting with Chairwoman Joyce.
好，咁依家我哋就先睇下我哋嘅董事會有冇問題先。
Thank you very much for that presentation. I do have some questions at the outset, and I just want to go over them. So in your presentation, you talk about Chinatown residents leaving to go to Quincy and Malden. And are you saying you think opening up a cannabis establishment in Chinatown is part of the solution to that?
咁我嘅第一個問題咧就係多謝你嘅演講啦嚇。第一個問題咧就係話你啱先提到唐街嘅一啲生意咧，或者啲居民都走去 Quincy 或者去 Modern， 你覺得開一個大麻店會係解決嘅辦法嗎？
You're muted, Chung.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you for your question. I can't say that that is in fact the solution. I would say that at the very minimum, it's an indirect solution. As I mentioned in my presentation earlier, it is our goal to facilitate increased safety and also facilitate newer type businesses, which is consistent with Mayor Wu's revigoration plan. I think that in and by itself will help Chinatown be revitalized, and perhaps we can experience a renaissance in the future. The institution of a cannabis shop, as I mentioned earlier, will give us the required capitalization, hopefully, to realize some, if not all, of these goals. It's an ongoing proposition. It's not something that's going to be done in 6 months, obviously, but it's a good start in the right direction, in my opinion, Ms. Chamberlain.
So are you saying you believe, oh, sorry.
Sorry. So 咁佢嘅意思咧就係話當然咧，呢個唔係一個直接嘅解決辦法，呢個係一個間接嘅解決嘅辦法啦。咁同時咧喺我哋嘅大麻店嘅運作嘅時候，我哋亦都會增加呢個安全，同埋咧亦都會喺唐街呢度增加啲新嘅唔同嘅類型嘅生意啦嚇。咁呢個咧亦都係順應呢個烏市長嚇咩烏佢想講嘅嚇，就係喺呢個社區度開呢啲新嘅商業啦同埋生意。咁同時咧，我哋都希望咧將唐街令到唐街更加繁榮我哋當然唔係話6個月就會解決呢個辦法，但係咧有呢個大麻店喺度咧，亦都可以吸引啲資本嚟到唐街亦都係可以間接咁幫助到唐街嘅。
Okay. Bear with me as I just try to compose my thoughts here. There's a support petition. It's 26 pages long. Can you explain to me how you went about gathering these names? I see Lowell, I see Brookline, Jamaica Plain.
I'm sorry, the 26, you're talking about individual.
The right-hand corner says Chandra Srey, and it's 26 pages. Did you go out, where did you go to get these signatures?
We actually invested field work. We had individuals go out and talk to the public in Chinatown, around Boston, to propose the question, would a cannabis shop be something that is valuable to you and acceptable to you? We actually did that.
Okay, I believe you, but were you in Chinatown gathering these signatures, or were you other parts of the city?
There was some in Chinatown as well, yes.
Can we let Carrie translate?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
咁你喺呢個文件上邊咧，你嘅申請表上邊咧有一個26頁嘅支持信，上面有好多人嘅名，佢哋係Low 啊、Bookline 啊咁你可以解釋一下嗰啲名係從邊度嚟嘅？咁咧阿呢就話咧佢個名咧就係我哋亦都請咗一個嘅員工啦，佢係專門去做呢個調查嘅，咁佢去到波士頓同埋波士頓以外嘅地區啦，去問佢哋問題，關於呢個大麻對於佢有啲乜嘢嘅影響啊咁樣，咁收集翻嚟嘅呢啲名嘅Kathleen 就問佢啦，就話你呢啲人咧係唐人街嘅居民嘛？佢話有一啲係嘅。
Thanks, Terry. And then I'm looking at the multiple letters of support. There are some residents, but I would say most of them are from businesses.
咁我睇到呢啲支持信上邊咧，有一啲係唐街嘅地址，但係大部分都係做生意嘅。
And then we have a lot of opposition. I haven't had a chance to go through and tally it up, but there is a significant amount of opposition. This is just a lead into my next question.
Sure.
咁我亦都見到有好多人反對，有非常非常多嘅人反對，咁呢個就係我下邊要問你嘅第二個問題啦。
To me, I mean, this is localized opposition. These are residents of Chinatown. These are community members in Chinatown who are opposing your business idea.
咁喺我睇到咧，就係呢啲反對嘅信咧，都係唐街嘅居民嘅地址嚟嘅，佢哋都係社區嘅成員嚟嘅，佢哋係反對你個呢個生意計劃嘅。
And some of the testimony today was about the gentrification of Chinatown and people leaving Chinatown. How does your proposal for a cannabis establishment fit into the fabric of Chinatown, its history, its rich culture, and its traditions? How is this going to help the issues that you have pointed out as being a problem as to why you want to open up a cannabis establishment here? Sounds like you just want to make money and you think this is going to be a quick way to make money. I don't see a lot of support for it from people who live in Chinatown.
咁我亦都聽到啲居民嘅聲音咧，就話唐街咧係俾呢個嘅城市化啦，好多人俾逼遷出去。咁唐街咧作為一個好多文化、有歷史又有傳統嘅一個社區，咁你點解會覺得呢個嘅大麻店咧會解決唐街呢個咁樣嘅問題咧？我覺得咧，我聽起身咧，好似就係你想淨係揾錢嘅啫。
First and foremost, no, we're not in this to make a quick buck. That's first and foremost. There is a philanthropic goal in our company.
咁第一個咧就係我想回應你咧，就係話我哋唔係為咗賺快錢先做呢個生意嘅，我哋亦都有呢個慈善嘅目標嘅。
With regards to Ms. Chairman, what you said about gentrification, I believe this, if we revigorate Chinatown to make proper businesses come into Chinatown, that will attract a larger amount of clientele and patrons to frequent Chinatown. I believe that will increase the livability and desirability of Chinatown.
咁我咧就覺得關於你講到呢個城市化嘅問題啦，咁如果我哋可以吸引更加多嘅商業同埋生意嚟到我哋唐街嘅話咧，咁咧可以令到我哋唐街咧更加適宜居住啦，同埋咧更加嘅繁榮嘅。
But right now we can't do that because, quite frankly, the only businesses that we have in Chinatown are frequently in like a hot pot restaurant and bakeries, and that's just not enough to attract outside patrons to come here. They rather go to other places like Quincy and Malden, who has the other opportunities.
咁就因為依家我哋冇辦法咁樣做，就係因為唐街嘅呢啲商業咧，就係麵包店啊，或者係啲火鍋店啊好多。咁其他嘅呢啲生意咧，就走去 Modern 同埋 Quincy，就係因為佢嗰邊會比較容易接納佢哋所以就係遇到咁樣嘅問題。
And the other issue that we have, Ms. Chairwoman, is that it was exacerbated by the COVID-19, but safety and security has always been a problem, at least from the notoriety standpoint. I understand.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And that was in your presentation about that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to repeat things that people can refer to in the application because I do have one more important question.
Sure,
thank you. I want to get on the record. There is a buffer zone here with Stone's Throw. And we are tasked with figuring out if there is a reason, a heightened level of scrutiny we need to apply, a reason for which we should pierce this buffer zone. What makes your application so special? What differentiates it from any other application that is before us? Can you explain that to me in a concise way?
咁啱啱咧就講啦，就係因為仲有一個問題咧，就係唐人街因為喺呢個疫情之後咧出現咗呢個安全嘅問題啦，咁安全嘅問題亦都係更加嚴重化啦，咁呢個主席女士咧Kathleen 就打斷咗佢啦，就話你已經講過啦，咁就唔再講啦。仲有一個問題咧，好重要嘅問題想問你，就係希望佢可以簡單咁回答，就係呢度有一個緩衝嘅區域，咁你可唔可以用最簡單嘅方式去解釋一下點解你嘅呢個嘅生意咧咁特別一定要開喺呢個緩衝區入邊？
Thank you for the question. Yes, there is a main difference. We are going to invest heavily in the education of the public of the proper and safe use of the product in multi-language Asian languages. We are going to invest in that. To the best of my knowledge, most cannabis shops, if not all, operate principally in the English language. There may be a few that have operators who speak a second language, but we're going to be focusing in on Cantonese, Mandarin, Thai. We're going to be focusing on that. We believe this is unique in the sense that since the proper use, as I mentioned earlier, the proper use of any drug, whether legal, whether it's OTC or relies principally on education control. We believe by educating and notifying the public with this unique aspect, we will be able to enforce and ensure that cannabis is in fact used in the prescribed and legal way.
Thank you.
好，咁我哋係有一個好大嘅唔同嘅，就係咧，我哋會投資好多嘅資本啦，入呢個教育嘅工作，教育我哋嘅公眾，希望佢哋可以安全嘅去使用呢啲大麻。咁同時咧，我哋發現咧好多大麻店咧，佢哋都冇中文嘅，咁我哋咧就會專注於提供呢個廣東話同埋國語泰文嘅呢個翻譯呢個服務啦。咁同時咧就好似其他嘅藥，不過呢啲合法嘅藥都係啦。我哋覺得最重要就係要教育我哋嘅公眾咧，係點樣去正確嘅使用同埋係合法嘅去使用佢。
May I just add one more thing, Ms. Chairwoman?
Quickly, thank you.
Yes, and we also believe by proper education and control, we can also reduce the reliance on black markets from users. Currently, as is known from data reports all over, there is a language barrier in Chinatown. By allowing education and notification to the public in their native language, this will give them an alternative which otherwise would not exist and would have to go to the black market, which we do not want.
仲有一個嘅好重要嘅原因，我想強調就係呢個會減少呢個黑市場嘅呢個問題啦，就係因為語言嘅障礙同埋咧呢個問題，如果我哋係做更加多嘅教育嘅話咧，會去減少呢個黑市場呢個泛濫非法藥物嘅問題。
Chairman Joyce, do you have any additional questions?
I do not, and I'm sorry I took up so much of everyone's time, but I will turn it over to my fellow commissioners.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camacho, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. You said that you got individuals to get signatures for the petition. Were these volunteers or paid signature gatherers, and were they paid by the hour or per signature?
These are all volunteers.
Can you let Perry translate first and then?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. 咁我哋嘅委員長Camacho 嘅問題咧，就係我睇到你有好多嘅呢個簽名啦嚇，咁呢啲簽名咧係啲義工去收集嘅咧，定係佢哋係用錢嚇咁樣你俾佢錢咁佢收集翻嚟嘅？個劇場。
Yes, Commissioner. They were all volunteers who believe in our purpose.
佢哋全部都係義務嘅嚇，佢係相信我哋嘅生意嘅。
Thank you. Another question. You said your primary target for employment are residents of Chinatown. How do you gauge that there's interest in China by Chinatown residents to work in this cannabis dispensary?
有一個問題咧，就係你問到關於你嘅招聘嘅目標咧，係希望可以招唐街嘅居民作為你嘅員工。你點樣知道唐街嘅居民佢哋願意去你嗰度做工咧？
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question. Well, obviously, we cannot force. That's why we say it's our first priority. I hope that happens. But to the best of my knowledge, a lot of the opposition, a lot of non-oppositions that we've gotten have resided in the youth, the younger generation. We've discovered that a lot of them are reluctant to stay in Chinatown because of cultural discrepancies and whatnot, which I wouldn't get into right now. But it's my hope that by offering these benefits back to the community, that these youth, the younger generation, will be able to come back and take the employment opportunities that we're offering.
Okay, one final question,
Oh,
and that is,
I-
oh, sorry.
Uh,
Please,
Sorry,
Councillor.
Commissioner。
Yeah,
咁個問題咧就係我哋當然唔可以逼佢哋嚟做工，但係咧從我哋收集嘅呢啲嘅意見睇起身咧，好多嘅不反對我哋嘅人咧都係啲年輕人嚟嘅。咁我哋咧通過咧同佢哋做教育啦，咁希望咧佢哋最終咧都可以間接咁樣翻嚟啦，去嚟理解同埋接受我哋呢個生意啦，同埋幫助我哋嘅。
Thank you. My final question is, one of your goals is to address the housing crisis in Chinatown and that you would create 12 units. Would these be luxury condos or affordable rentals?
咁我下邊一個問題咧，就係你喺呢個目標度講咧，你係會提供12個單元嘅房屋，咁呢啲係呢啲貴價嘅豪華屋咧，或者係可負擔嘅咧？
For sure, they're not going to be luxury condos. God knows we have too many of that in Boston. One of the purposes of of Dragon Buds rather, is to encourage middle class type people to re-enter Chinatown and become residents of Chinatown. We've noticed that a lot of them has moved away because of that. So our purpose in those 12 or more units in floors 3 to 6 will be more towards the middle class, maybe around 500,000 type condominiums. We believe that's the target for the middle class, and that will allow more middle-class Asians to come back to Chinatown, which also takes away the possibility of gentrification as used by the community groups. As used by the community groups, I'm sorry, let Terry translate first. I'm sorry.
Thank you, John. 咁個回答咧就係當然我哋唔會去起呢啲豪華屋啦，就係因為唐街太多啦豪華屋啦。咁我哋嘅目標咧就希望可以咧鼓勵呢啲中產嘅居民可以翻轉頭。咁我哋可能會提供12套或者更加多嘅係從4樓到6樓，個價錢咧就應該係喺50萬左右嘅。咁個目標咧就希望可以咧改善呢個城市化嘅問題，嗰啲被逼遷出唐街嘅居民可以翻轉頭嚟唐街啦。
Right, and to continue with that answer, investing in luxury condominiums and residences will in fact be the definition of gentrification, which we certainly do not want. On the other hand, we do not wish to attack what is being classified as the affordable housing, because as consistent with our goal, we want to have able families contributing to the economy. And if you're in the lower affordable areas, we have enough. We have a lot of community groups over in Chinatown already addressing that issue.
咁同時咧，我哋覺得呢個豪華嘅住宅咧，就係呢個城市化嘅代表啦。咁我哋亦都知道咧，唐街亦都有好多嘅低收入嘅居民咧，咁佢哋亦都有低收入嘅呢個房屋啦。咁所以咧，仲係我哋點解會將我哋嘅專注點擺喺呢個中產上邊嘅。
That's all the questions I have, Chair Joyce.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Jasmine.
Sorry.
Holmes 委員會同埋 Smith 委員會委員長都冇問題。
Mr. Lee, so
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the housing issue. So is this really a development, sort of mixed-use development project that includes a dispensary? Is that what you're doing here? Is it the purpose more to have this mixed-use development? And if it's mixed-use, okay, let me ask that first.
Yes, it is. We're proposing the dispensary to be on the first
Sorry,
floor. And then,
John, sorry, translate.
Yeah, thank you. 咁個問題咧就係你呢個發展咧係咪一個混合式嘅發展？就啱啱好將呢個嘅大麻店擺喺1樓咧咁樣。OK， go ahead.
Yes, we are proposing putting a dispensary in the first floors with floors 3 to 6 being residential. That's correct.
咁係嘅，呢個係混合式嘅發展嚟嘅。一樓咧就係大麻店，4到6樓咧就係住宅嚟嘅。
Okay. Give me a sense of the AMI that you're targeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question, Commissioner.
The average medium income that you're targeting.
Oh,
Am I right?
你個中收入線喺邊個位置咧？
Based on data that we've received from other colleagues in the area, our target market will be the middle, upper middle to perhaps the upper class for our products.
咁我哋嘅主要嘅客戶群體咧，就係屬於中產同埋中高產嘅。
So you're thinking about the revitalization of Chinatown, but you're marketing to upper middle. But then you're also concerned about gentrification. So
Well,
it seems like there's a gap there. He needs to translate. So
sorry.
咁你講到你要重新去改善唐人街啦，咁你亦都講到你嘅客戶群體主要都係啲比較中產或者中高產啦，咁你亦都講到呢個城市化啲人搬走唐人街嘅問題，咁好似中間有啲空缺喎。
Well, actually, I'm not so much changing Chinatown as much as I'm trying to revitalize it to the way it was before. We had much more residents in previously and businesses, of course, than we had before. My goal of getting the middle class back here is, in fact, to provide a base value of a family. Essentially, my definition of a successful community consists of a family as well. So therefore, if we were to have luxury condos, for example, that actually is, as I said before, gentrification, because it will omit even the middle class from setting up a family in Chinatown. Terry, sorry.
OK， 咁我嘅目標咧就係中產嘅，咁我哋希望可以提供多啲嘅房屋，可以俾到啲家庭啊。咁啱啱我講到啲豪華嘅住宅咧，就係呢個城市化嘅代表嚟嘅，啲人搬走唐人街嘅代表嚟嘅。
Why not think of the housing then as workforce housing? Since you have so many people living in Chinatown Chinatown is struggling, just like many other places in Boston. You talked about the housing market, but there needs to be I think there's also a need for the creation of workforce housing for families. So why is that not the target?
咁點解你冇將你嘅目標擺喺呢個嘅工人階級嘅呢啲房屋度咧？因為波士頓有好多嘅呢啲工人階級，佢哋都係冇辦法住得起波士頓啦。咁點解你冇去將你嘅目標擺喺呢啲工人階級同埋家庭佢哋嘅房屋嘅呢個需求上邊咧？
If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Commissioner, you're saying, why do I not include affordable in my housing plans? Am I correct in that regard?
Yes.
Terry, please.
好，咁佢個問題咧就係想問翻呢個委員長嚇澄清一下，係咪你話係咪問題就係點解你冇將你個可負擔嘅呢個房屋擺喺你個計劃入邊咧？
Okay, well, the short question to that is our initial target was to increase security and the business aspects of Chinatown. Certainly, if it's a need to address affordable housing, I don't think my group will be adverse to addressing that for a smaller amount of the proposed housing. That is not something that's out of the question, Commissioner. It's just what our group's initial target, which is to revitalize Chinatown. We need the capitalization up quick, and we need to get the middle class people in. That's our target market, but we certainly can address as at least in a small scale the affordable, and hope that we can go the right way as a community.
我哋簡單咁回答你嘅問題咧，就一開始我哋嘅目標咧，就係希望可以增加唐人街嘅生意，同埋增加唐人街嘅安全性啦。咁當然我哋亦都冇反對呢個可負擔嘅房屋啊。如果我哋可以嘅話咧，亦都可以考慮增加一小部分嘅可負擔嘅房屋。但係呢個唔係我哋一開始自己嘅目標。如果我哋係想提供唐人街更加多嘅資本嘅話咧，咁我哋應該係要注重呢個中產嘅階級嘅。
Sorry to focus so much on the housing, but I almost feel like the housing is the primary issue, and the dispensary is almost second to that. Like,
I agree.
So it is housing more than the dispensary. It feels that way. I'm just.
點解我會咁講咧？就係好似話我哋主要嘅問題好似係房屋嚇，咁我哋呢個大麻電咧係第二嚇咁樣。
Commissioner, I understand the predicament we're in. Yes, the dispensary, as I mentioned earlier, is our goal. The goal of our Dragon Battalion is to utilize the business potential and prospects of a dispensary to fund these issues such as housing and, of course, business opportunities and employment for the benefit of the community. Yes, so it's kind of a quagmire. Which do you do first and second? But in this case, it's clear that we need the capitalization, and that's why our group focused on the dispensary in the beginning. You can't get one without the other.
好，咁我哋一開始嘅思維邏輯咧，就係我哋嘅目標係需要有一個生意，咁先可以俾到提供呢個房屋，同埋提供更加多嘅商業嘅機會，同埋提供更加多嘅就業嘅機會嘅。咁我哋要將第一個問題解決咗，先會有下邊嘅呢啲唔同嘅問題。所以呢個就係我哋嗰陣時嘅考慮嘅邏輯啦。
The dispensary will take time in terms of the capitalization, right? And would not the dispensary take a certain amount of time to sort of ramp up and have the resources to sort of fuel this development? So then the community concerns that you're trying to address through the use of this dispensary, if you're talking about, providing academic programs and scholarships, and won't get addressed. That's sort of a long term. That's not addressed by you creating a dispensary and saying that you're going to use this capital to address the elderly issues, so that kind of thing. It's going to take time.
咁個問題咧就係你個大麻店佢個運營同埋咧佢收集翻嚟嘅資本都係需要好長嘅時間，咁先可以解決到呢個社區嘅擔憂嘅。咁你亦都提供譬如話啲獎學金啊、啲學術上邊啲青年嘅活動啊，或者老人嘅活動，呢都係長期嘅計劃嘅。但係所以就意思就係話呢個係需要好長嘅時間，你先可以籌集到呢啲資本去幫助社區嘅。
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. The goals that I have presented in this meeting, as I mentioned earlier, it's not going to take 6 months to account. It's going to take some time, especially the housing. I totally agree. But somebody has to take the step in the right direction. And we believe this is the right step. With regards to the sub goals, which is the education of the minors and increased security by use of cameras, deterrent via devices like cameras and lights, working closely with Boston Police, for example. I see that as coming a lot quicker, obviously. So it's a long term. I agree, Mr. Commissioner. I think, to realize all the goals, it's not going to be, a short term thing. It's a long term, but we do need to go in the right direction. And I believe this is.
好。咁我哋嘅目標咧唔係6個月就會達到嘅，我哋係一個長期嘅目標，亦都需要啲時間。我亦都同意委員長你嘅啱先嘅回答啦。咁同埋咧，我哋亦都希望咧可以向住呢個正確嘅方向咁啱啱你講到我哋覺得呢個教育嘅部分咧，先係可以最快可以見效嘅。譬如話增加呢個安全啦，增加保安同埋增加多啲嘅攝像頭啊、燈光啊、警察喺度啊，咁呢個係可以短期內奏效嘅。咁我哋長期嘅目標咧都係喺度嘅。
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, and thank you, Terry.
Thank you,
多謝晒。
Commissioner.
Commissioner Holmes, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I just listening to my fellow commissioners, I did have one question, and it is about the property. Who owns Mr. Chen? What's his last? I'm sorry.
Lee.
Lee, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, who owns this property on Beach Street, and how does this building fit into your scheme of things?
咁個問題咧，委員長 Holmes 咧就話，我哋喺度聽到你哋討論嘅時候，我就有個問題，就想知道Lee 先生呢棟樓係邊個持有嘅？
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question. The owner of the building housing 2529 Beach Street is owned by East Ocean Realty LLC. We've gone into an agreement with the owner, whereby at the very minimum we have access to floors 1 to 3, including the basement, with an ongoing relationship where we could develop on 3 to 6, because it's also a joint interest on his behalf as well.
咁25到29號 Beach 街咧就係由呢個 East Ocean 地產公司所擁有嘅。咁咧呢個 owner 咧就俾我哋使用1樓同埋3樓同埋呢個地下室咁3樓同埋6樓咧就係未來嘅發展嚟嘅。因為呢個 owner 咧呢個屋主咧亦都係有呢個嘅同我哋一齊合作嘅呢個利益喺入邊嘅。
So does that mean you're paying rent for those 4 floors now? And is that owner a part business owner to the new cannabis?
咁就係個問題咧，就係話係咪你依家咧就俾4層嘅租金？咁係咪呢個 owner 亦都係屬於呢個生意其中之一嘅股東咧？
We are paying rent right now for the floors basement to 2nd floor. 3rd and 6th, we do not pay rent for it because we don't have access to that. The cooperation from the owner for the use of floors 3 to 6 obviously would be dependent whether or not we can succeed with the cannabis shop in the 1st floor and perhaps generation of new business ventures in floors 1 and 2 and 3 rather.
咁我哋依家咧就係俾租金係俾從地下室到2樓嘅，3到6樓咧我哋暫時冇有辦法用到，就睇我哋1樓嘅呢個大麻店佢嘅生意嘅情況點樣，咁到時我哋先去考慮啦。
For the purposes of this cannabis shop, the owner does not have any interest in Dragon Buds.
咁喺呢個Dragon Bags 呢個生意入邊咧，個 owner 係冇任何嘅股份嘅。
With regards to the actual building, the reason why the landlord is willing to work with us on that is, other than believing in our purpose, is that building has been vacant for over almost a decade, and nothing has happened in that building as well as in the street surrounding it.
咁點解個屋主咧係希望同我哋合作咧？就係因為嗰棟樓已經係空咗成10幾年㗎啦。咁我哋亦都希望咧可以通過呢個生意，佢亦都相信我哋呢個生意可以改善嗰度嘅生意同埋嗰附近嘅情況啦。
Quite frankly, the condition of that building, along with the street abutting it, it really constitutes an attractive nuisance at the moment.
咁依家咧，佢嗰條街咧，同埋嗰附近嘅嗰幾棟樓咧，亦都係吸引咗好多問題啦。
Well, Terry, I didn't say the other buildings. I'm only talking about, 29, the 2529 Beach Street. I can't comment on the other buildings, please.
淨係講25到29號嚇，依家淨係呢棟樓。
Okay, well, you answered my question. So the entire building is vacant and you would be trying to revitalize by just putting something on those first 2 floors.
咁你回答我問題就係成棟樓都係空嘅，依家咁你咧就嘗試通過呢個生意咧就可以用到前邊嘅2層啦，就可以去改善呢棟樓嘅情況，係咪咁啊
That's correct, Commissioner. Pending our progress in floors 1 and 2, we have an agreement that we will enter into a joint a relationship for floors 3 to 6 for perhaps the housing issue.
係嘅，咁依家我哋就用到1層同埋2層啦，咁咧4到6咧就係我哋未來可以有呢個嘅合作嚇，咁就可以提供呢個房屋嘅。
Okay, thank you very much. You answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
多謝晒。
Any other follow-up questions or comments from our commissioners?
仲有冇其他跟進嘅問題咧？我哋嘅委員長們。
Okay, so we will move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
咁我哋一開始咧就係我哋公眾嘅評論嘅環節啦。咁呢個公眾評論一開始睇下有冇民選嘅官員或者佢嘅代表喺度想發言呢？
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Chu from Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services.
咁大家下晝好啦。咁我係叫做 Chu， 我係市長辦公室嘅呢個唐街嘅聯絡人。
The statutory abutters meeting hosted by my office, the Office of Neighborhood Services, convened on June 25th. This meeting was well attended with a live interpreter. Over 80 individuals tuned in throughout the duration.
咁喺我哋辦公室咧，就係6月25號嘅時候開咗一個嘅公聽會啦。咁呢個公聽會咧係有超過80幾個人參加，亦都有翻譯嘅服務嘅。
After some concerns were raised about the notification process, the applicant agreed to an additional meeting, which was held this past Monday on the 11th. Although we were unable to secure a translator, we still had a large number of residents that were able to attend and participate.
咁就因為有咁多嘅居民嘅擔憂啦，咁我哋咧就決定喺11號，即係星期一嘅時候，亦都開咗一次會。雖然話呢個會議咧冇翻譯，但係都有好多人參加。
During these meetings, there were a number of voices in support of this applicant, arguing that this was an opportunity to diversify the kind of businesses in the Chinatown neighborhood and create jobs. However, we heard from an overwhelming number of residents who felt that this proposal was not a good fit for Beach Street and the neighborhood.
咁當然我哋都聽到一啲支持嘅聲音啦，關於支持我哋呢度啲生意同埋支持呢個工作嘅機會，但係我哋聽到大部分嘅居民咧都係反對呢個生意咧，佢係唔係一個好適合喺呢度開嘅一個生意。
These residents cited the potential for increased congestion, worsening of existing parking issues, the increased risk of Chinatown's youth being exposed to cannabis, and the increased public consumption as causes for concern.
咁大家咧都提出一啲嘅擔憂咧，就係令到唐街更加嘅逼塞啦，同埋咧停車位唔夠啦，亦都令年輕人去使用呢啲大麻嘅產品啦，同埋公眾係使用呢個大麻嘅更加容易攞到呢個大麻嘅產品，呢個都係一啲佢哋嘅擔憂嘅。
And residents also cited the proposal's proximity to Stone's Throw Dispensary, which was approved by this board.
咁同時咧，我哋亦都有啲居民提出嚟，就係有另外一個大麻店咧，離呢個大麻店喺不遠嘅地方，呢個都係一個擔憂嚟嘅。
There is an outpouring of opposition to this proposal from the community stakeholders. The Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association Board of Directors convened a special meeting on April 13th and voted unanimously to oppose the proposal of this establishment.
咁同埋咧，亦都係喺呢個嘅中華公所咧，亦都開咗一個會議，係喺4月嘅13號嘅時候，佢哋係一致反對呢個嘅大麻店嘅開放嘅。
This stance embodies the collective opinion of 33 esteemed organizations deeply rooted within the Chinatown community.
咁我哋有33個幾個嘅機構咧，佢哋係反對呢個大麻店咧，亦都係好深入嘅嚇，但係大家亦都表現咗大家咧好深入嘅係會反對呢個大麻店嘅開放。
We do want to acknowledge that we have also received a number of letters in support from the applicants, all of which has been forwarded to the board.
咁我哋亦都想提出嚟話俾大家聽，就係我哋係收到一啲支持嘅信嘅。咁呢啲支持信咧，我哋亦都係發俾啦呢個董事會嘅。
However, our office has also received a petition from the Chinatown Residents Association expressing their staunch opposition to this proposal with hundreds of signatures.
咁同時，我哋亦都收到一個華埠居民會嘅呢個請願書，上邊有成幾百人嘅簽名嘅。
We also have received scores of individual emails from residents voicing their opposition, all of which have been forwarded to the board.
咁同時，我哋都收到一啲居民佢哋獨立嘅信件啦，同埋郵件啦，學校嘅郵件啦，咁都係反對呢個嘅大麻店嘅。
All of which has been forwarded. Can you translate the all of which has been forwarded to the board?
咁所有嘅呢啲信件咧，呢啲書面嘅信件都係已經send 俾發俾我哋嘅董事會啦。
At this time, we would like to defer judgment to the board.
咁依家咧，我哋就由希望我哋嘅呢個董事會嚟決定嚇你哋嘅做呢個決定啦。
Thank you, guys.
多謝晒。
Thank you, Drew. Are there any other elected officials or their representatives that would like to speak?
John Mulcahy.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Caitlin Stapleton from Councilor Murphy's office.
好，大家好，我係 Caitlin，我係從呢個Murphy 市議員辦公室嚟嘅代表。
Our office has received multiple letters of opposition to this project from the community and neighbors.
咁我哋辦公室咧，亦都收到好多嘅反對信啦，從呢個居民同埋鄰居嗰度收到嘅。
The community believes that this will increase traffic as well as crime in the area and will result in many quality of life issues for the residents.
Can you slow down a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The community believes that this will increase traffic as well as crime in the area and will result in many quality of life issues for the residents.
Thank you。咁我哋嘅呢啲社區咧，就係反對呢個大麻店嘅開放，就係因為會令到佢會有呢個交通嘅問題啦，同埋咧亦都會增加呢個犯罪率喺呢個區域啦，亦都係會影響到居民嘅呢個生活嘅質量。
Because of the lack of community support, the councillor would like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
好，就係因為咧，我哋係冇足夠嘅支持啦，咁我哋Murphy 議員咧就會喺呢個公眾呢度去發言，就係話佢係反對呢個嘅項目嘅。
Good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board.
大家晚上好，大家下晝好嚇，我哋嘅董事會嘅成員同埋委員會們，大家好。
Anna Calderon from Council President Flynn's office.
我係 Anna， 我係從呢個市議長辦公室Flynn 市議長費連議員辦公室嗰度嚟嘅代表。
We've heard from residents and community leaders about their concerns on having a cannabis dispensary at this particular site.
咁我哋亦都收到好多嘅信件啦，係關於對於呢個地區呢個地方咧開呢個大麻店嘅一啲擔憂嘅。
And the councillors believe that a cannabis establishment is not suitable at this location.
咁我哋嘅市議員咧就覺得唔覺得呢個喺呢個地方咧開呢個大麻店咧唔係一個好合適嘅地方嚟嘅。
The proposed establishment is in close proximity to residential buildings occupied by many of our seniors, including the Home Log House and Chauncey House.
咁因為開呢個大麻店嘅地方咧係好近居民區，有好多個老人公寓，包括康樂樓同埋彩絲樓。
This elderly housing development has already been negatively impacted by noise and trash from nearby nightclubs, bars and hotels.
咁喺呢啲嘅居民嘅反應咧，已經係有好多個負面嘅影響啦，就因為嗰度有好多酒吧同埋產生咗好多聲音啊，同埋呢個噪音啊，同埋垃圾嘅問題。
A cannabis dispensary will exacerbate these issues and many further expose seniors to secondhand smoke or other potential hazards.
咁喺呢度開呢個大麻店咧，會令到呢個問題更加嘅嚴重嚇，可能會引起呢個二手煙嘅吸入啦，或者其他嘅一啲有害嘅問題。
That might be associated with the consumption of cannabis products.
咁係呢啲有害嘅問題，可能係會從呢個使用大麻嘅產品度出嚟嘅。
This site is also a direct abutter to buildings that host programs and classes for children.
咁同埋呢個地方咧，又都好近呢啲小朋友嘅項目啦。
While also being close to many schools and after-school programs.
同埋有好多學校同埋學校嘅呢個項目。
Although the applicant made an earnest effort to engage the community, residents conveyed that the site is not appropriate.
咁就算我哋嘅申請者咧，亦都做咗好多功夫啦，去同社區咧有參與嘅工作啦，但係我哋啲居民咧覺得呢個地區嘅選址咧係唔適合嘅。
The councillor's constituents and himself are concerned that this proposed dispensary will negatively impact the quality of life of the residents of the area.
咁我哋嘅議員咧，同埋佢哋嘅代表咧，就覺得呢個申請嘅呢個大麻店咧，會負面嘅，會影響呢個區域嘅。
Thank you.
多謝晒。
Thank you, Anna. Are there any other elected officials or their representatives that would like to speak?
仲有冇其他
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
仲有冇其他嘅民選官員嘅代表咧？有嘅。
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. This is Claire Brooks from Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty's office.
咁我名叫做 Claire Brooks， 我係從呢個市議員 Flaherty 市議員嗰度嚟嘅代表。
We would just like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
我哋就想話俾大家聽咧，就係我哋嘅議員咧係反對呢個項目嘅。
Thank you, Claire. Any other elected officials or their representatives?
仲有冇其他嘅代表咧？
All right, seeing no one, we're gonna move to those who signed up via the link that was placed in the chat.
好，咁我哋冇嘅話咧，咁我哋就去到喺呢個鏈接上面報名發言嘅人。
When you are called, please state your name and address and any affiliation.
我哋叫咗你嘅名之後咧，你就話俾我哋聽你嘅名同埋地址，同埋你係邊個機構嚟嘅。
You will have 2 minutes to speak, at which time you will be muted, and you can submit additional testimony to cannabisboard@boston.gov.
咁你有2分鐘嘅時間發言啦，你亦都可以將你嘅發言稿咧郵件俾我哋。
Allison.
Thank you, Jasmine. I'm going to call off names of folks who signed up to testify online. If I mispronounce your name, please excuse me.
咁我哋先根據你哋報名嘅次序，同你哋叫你哋發言啦。咁如果我叫錯你嘅名咧，希望你唔好介意。
Thanks, Terry. JG Wang, if you are available, you can speak.
JG Wang， 你喺咪度啊？
Okay.
黃家接啊，黃家接。Sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say Mr. Wang's name in Chinese, so he recognizes he's being called.
Okay, so can whoever wants to speak be the only person that is unmuted so we can hear you?
你可以發言咯
我嘅名字叫黃家傑，住喺天河街10號。我係一個退休嘅老人。
Oh, my name is Wang Jia. I live at 10 Temple Place. I'm a retired resident.
首先表個態，今日呢個會議比較正常，黃左蘭應錯之改，現在我表示係支持佢。
邊個啊？聽唔明？邊個應？你講多次嗰個咩意思啊？
就係今日嘅會議比較正常。
Okay. I wanted to just, for the record, this is a good meeting.
所以咧，頭先好多反問呢個老闆嘅意見咧，都係我哋居民嘅意見。
So a lot of questions that the commissioner raised are also the questions our residents will raise as well to the representative of the applicant.
我哋認為大麻雖然係合法啦，但係不適宜在唐人街落腳。
We believe that although cannabis, recreational cannabis is legalized, but we do not believe that's appropriate to locate it to put it in Chinatown community.
唐人街係一個綜合性非常強啲呢個社區。
Chinatown is a very mixed community.
唐人街住咗11000多人，大部分係老人同小孩。
There are over 11,000 residents that are living in Chinatown. Majority of them are senior residents.
如果大麻店開咗在唐人街嘅話，對我哋老人小孩都有一個非常大嘅害處。
So if there's a cannabis dispensary in Chinatown, it's gonna negatively impact the seniors and younger residents.
會影響到我哋唐人街嘅老人嘅身體健康同小孩嘅成長。
It will negatively impact the elderly's physical health and also for our younger generation as well.
頭先嘅發言當中咧，發現到有啲唐人街嘅老闆，好似呢個樂長先啦、華埠餐館啦，對呢方面咧支持呢個大麻店落成嘅話，佢哋大部分嘅人都唔係住喺唐人街嘅。
So there are some folks that are supporting this business. There are business owners in Chinatown, for example, like Great Taste restaurants owners. They are not living in Chinatown.
如果大麻店在唐人街落成嘅話，使唐人街會更加混亂。
If there's a cannabis dispensary going to be placed in Chinatown, it's gonna bring the Chinatown in chaotic situation.
現在唐人街嘅交通係非常之混亂，停車問題呢個已經討論咗好多嘅時間啦。如果你再開一間大麻店，可能會更加混亂。
There are a lot of concerns from the residents about traffic and parking in Chinatown. So the cannabis dispensary will significantly expedite this issue in Chinatown.
Terry, can you just say that was his 2 minutes?
Oh, 你2分鐘到啦，先生。
And I just want to reiterate that everyone will have 2 minutes. If you have new information to offer, please give us that information. We understand this is a hot topic at the moment, so we just want to be mindful of time and make sure we let everyone get a chance to speak. But we also have a lot of people that signed up to testify. So if you could just be mindful of the time, that would be great, and offer new information when you're testifying.
好，咁希望大家咧就尊重彼此啦，因為時間嘅問題就係你哋每個人得2分鐘嘅時間。如果你哋有啲新嘅信息咧，你就將呢啲新嘅信息咧先講嚇，咁就會俾每一個人咧都有機會可以發言嘅。
Thank you, Terry. The next person who signed up to testify is Mei Kun Huang.
下一個係 Mei Kun Huang。
唔係佢少係一齊講咗啦，講嘅。OK 好。大家好，我叫黃美群。我係
Hello, my name is Wang Meikwang.
我係前路會嘅職員。我哋咧喺呢度就收集咗好多居民嘅簽名，同埋咧因為今日天氣落雨啦，好多居民冇辦法嚟參加，同埋好多人係唔識上網嘅。所以我可以讀一下佢哋嘅請願書嚇。
你等我翻譯咗先好嘛
？OK 好。
Okay, so my name is Wang Meikwang. I am a Chinese Progressive Association staff. Because of the weather today, a lot of residents also do not know how to use Zoom or internet. So I collected a lot of signatures. So allow me to represent them and read out loud of their petitions.
呢啲係居民會一齊收集嘅大家唐人街嘅居民嘅簽名嚟嘅。
Okay, so we collected a bunch of signatures from the Chinatown residents.
我而家讀一下佢哋嘅請願書嚇。我係唐人街嘅居民，我強烈反對呢個大麻店申請響唐人街中心 Beach 街開嗰個大麻店啦。如果大麻店響我哋以家庭為中心嘅社區。
Excuse me.
Hello.
Hi, excuse me. Is this the petition that you've already submitted to our office with the signatures?
Yes.
係，我想問下你呢個請願書係咪已經交咗俾我哋㗎啦？已經交咗俾我哋未啊？
我哋有一部分交咗，就係好似我哋星期一我哋參加咗嗰度，然後呢2日我哋又收集咗成600份。
Oh, so that was portion of it. We collected another 600 of them.
Okay, I would respectfully ask that you submit them to the office. I don't think reading 600 signatures in right now is going to help us. I think there's other people we have. I would love to see them, add them to the official file. We could do that electronically. If you would like to add something about, the sentiment of that is great, but I don't think reading 600 signatures right now is going to be a good use of your 2 minutes testimony.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 你使唔使我翻譯啊？
唔使啦。
即係話OK。即係話叫你交翻上去。
要啊，因為其他啲居民仲喺度。
OK，咁佢嘅意思咧就話，因為你已經交咗部分啦，同埋咧你個內容咧係佢哋已經知道啦，咁咧就希望咧你將剩低嗰部分嘅請願書咧都可以交俾佢哋，亦都可以幫助到佢哋嘅。
Is she all set, Terry?
She's all set, yep.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Who Air?
I believe they also had other residents that wanted to speak.
Okay, Chu, we're gonna go through our list that's here. So if they signed up or when we get to the raised hands, we'll get to them again, but we want to get through our list first.
Okay.
Thanks, Chu. Who Air, if you're available, you signed up online, you can provide testimony.
Who Air? 係咪喺度啊？
胡愛娥，因為佢有事，佢走咗啊，屋企有急事。
Okay, so she's not here. She had an emergency. She left.
Thanks, Terry. Chen Zhaoyi.
Chen Zhaoyi.
係，我喺呢度，我喺呢度。大家好，我係肖依春，咁我係嚟自啲66 Hudson Street Apartment 608 Boston 我係 Chinatown 嘅居民嚟嘅。
Okay, my name is Chen Xiaoyi. I lived at 66 Hudson Street, 608. I'm a Chinatown resident.
咁咧，我係堅決反對喺唐人街開大麻店嘅。
I'm strongly oppose the idea of opening a cannabis dispensary in Chinatown.
然後咧，我想提一提，星期一咧，我哋有個會議咧，咁然後係冇翻譯，冇中文翻譯嘅，咁我覺得當時咧就係有啲唔係好聽，即係唔係好願意，即係屏蔽咗我哋唐人街居民嘅聲音。
I just wanted to put that on the record. So on Monday, there was a public meeting. However, the organizer didn't provide interpreters for the meeting. That's creating a barrier for the residents to raise their voice.
Okay, thanks, Terry.
我係咁多啦啊 ，thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Kwang Yunji.
Kwang Yunji, 係咪度啊？
講啊，講。我係邝元基，我係波士頓紅人街嘅居民。
My name is Kwang Yunji. I'm a Chinatown resident.
我住喺夏利臣街嘅啫。
I live at Harrison Avenue.
申請攞嗰個大麻店嗰個必之街25號到29號係好近嘅距離。我就係咧呢個台山聯誼會咧一個會員，一個活躍嘅積極分子。佢嗰間大麻店咧，離台山聯誼會咧係好近嘅地方，係10人嘅鋪會嘅啫。咁所以咧，我哋咧係非常反對喺呢個地方開大麻店。咁啊，理由以前講咗好多啦。評定會咧，我參加過好多次，但係咧就嗰個申請喺度開大麻店嗰方鞋嘅嘢咧，我就好多冇辦法接受。我覺得咧，佢就對我哋紅人街咧就未有個認識，所以冇辦法接受講嗰啲嘢。佢話大多數居民都係咁噶啦。咁我而家咧，
你可唔可以等我譯咗先啊？哦，唔該晒嚇。So I am a Chinatown resident. I am a very active member for Toy Sunny's Family Association. So the association that I'm with is just very close by the proposed cannabis dispensary location. I am strongly opposed to that idea of opening the cannabis dispensary in that area, and it's not acceptable for that. 你繼續啦。
呢個大麻店今日呢個大麻委員會咧開呢個會議，我想向佢嗰度咧提出幾點意見。啲大麻委員會提出幾點意見。第一個，你哋委員會咧一定要認清我哋紅人街嘅特點，因為紅人街咧剛才有啲人講過啦，係人口密集、居住、商業混合嘅地方，而且係具有一個特別嘅族裔文化嘅一個地方。
Okay, so I wanted to make a suggestion to the commissioner and the board members here so the Chinatown is a very dense populated neighborhood. It's also a mix with business and residential areas, activities in this neighborhood.
所以咧，喺呢個地開嘅大麻店咧，就唔符合佢哋啲行人，唔符合佢啲族裔啲人嘅文化。
So okay, Chinatown is also very culturally rich. So the cannabis does not fit into our culture.
第二一個咧，要認真考慮我哋居民嘅健康，亦都對我哋居民嘅人權問題嘅保障。剛才有好多人講過咯，係好多攞人細路。咁我哋喺呢度居住咧，成天聞緊啲味道，咁我哋點有安全啊？邊度有健康啊？咁我哋居住個權都冇咯，所以要考慮我哋嘅人權，考慮人道。我覺得大麻店咧，呢個應該考慮第二個問題。
So this is the issue. This is the issue of a human right and also a issue of our physical health. If we can constantly smell or getting a secondhand smoke, that's gonna significantly negatively impact our physical health for our elderlies.
第三個咧，聽咗多次咧，嗰個大麻店申請開大麻店嗰個股東咧，就講咗好多嘢話咧，紅人街而家咧就有好多鋪頭咧搬走晒，咁咪想開呢個大麻店嚟到係搞翻呢個範圍。我覺得大麻委員會咧應該認真論證呢個問題。我哋都唔相信開一個大麻店救翻就全部咁多嘢。紅人街啲10幾間餐館，食飯嘅人係紅人多。咁呢啲紅人而家有啲餐館咧，老闆已經驚㗎啦。都我哋喂，以後你嚟食飯嘅地方可能都冇㗎啦。我哋冇辦法都做生意㗎啦。咁所以咧，呢個應該認真嚟考慮。我哋都唔相信一個大麻店可以做喺紅人街嘅範圍。呢個理論咧冇可能嘅。咁我要認真要論證一下。
I would like the board to carefully consider this issue, and also the applicant was repeatedly mentioned that that's going to be the solution to vitalize the business in Chinatown. We do not believe that's going to vitalize Chinatown at all. So in fact, there are several restaurant owners told me that you know, they are considering leaving Chinatown because of that reason.
Okay.
Where's the fair? I actually want to go.
Terry, can you
That-
let us know that was
Okay,
his-
呢個時間到啦。
Okay.
Thank you. The next person to sign up online was Martin Chan. Martin, if you're available, you may speak.
下一個係 Martin Chan。
Okay, how about Ricky Fung? If you are available, you may speak.
Ricky Fung 係咪度啊？
Okay, how about Desiree Frangel?
Desiree Frangel。
Okay, how about Rebecca Lee?
Rebecca Lee 係咪度啊？
Members of the commission, thank you for allowing me to speak. I live at 1 Nassau Street, and I'm a longtime resident since 2004 of Chinatown. I've been thinking about this applicant's presentation, and I have 4 adjectives for the commission: galling, confusing, contradictory, and disingenuous. Galling because this applicant has basically described the neighborhood I live in and walk through every day, multiple times, as an attractive nuisance. His presentation is very confusing because there's a lot about real estate, none of which is a written commitment of any kind. And it's completely unenforceable if it's not in writing in Massachusetts. And we have no knowledge of this applicant's ability to get control of the real estate, to develop the real estate, or any track record in real estate. He speaks about philanthropy for the Chinatown neighborhood without any real specifics. So his testimony is also contradictory. And it's also disingenuous. If he is talking about Chinatown folks going to Quincy, et cetera, to shop for cannabis, and then tells us that his market is luxury households, I honestly don't know what this applicant is talking about. It's very evident he doesn't know how to read the community. He doesn't understand that there's overwhelming opposition to this petition. It is an inappropriate use. It's got a buffer zone issue, which the board has already acknowledged. And there's absolutely no way that this is consonant with the kind of healthy neighborhood that we want. So I cannot say more strongly how awful a proposal this is and how much we want the board to just turn it down. Thank you.
Okay. 好，咁我總結一下 Rebecca 啱先發言啦，咁佢就話呢個申請咧，我係住喺Nassau 街嘅，2004年一直住到依家嘅一個長期嘅居民嚟嘅。咁咧我總結一下就話呢個我住喺呢個社區度，呢個申請者咧不斷咁樣去講，我哋呢個社區係需要重新咧去繁榮化，講到我哋呢個社區有幾多問題咁樣啊，其實我係不同意嘅。咁同時咧，佢亦都係我覺得佢係不誠實啦，同埋佢講到有好多嘅地方關於慈善嘅部分，亦都冇一啲細節嘅內容同埋關於呢個地產嘅部分啦，佢亦都唔知道有咩計劃啦，同埋亦都係我覺得佢不誠實，就係佢話有好多嘅居民咧會走去昆士嗰度咁但係咧佢自己咧有將標榜佢自己咧係屬於呢啲主要嘅客戶嘅群體係嗰啲比較有錢嘅客戶，咁呢個中間咧亦都有好大嘅呢個偏差嘅，咁有咁多嘅社區嘅人反對呢個大麻呢個大麻店喺唐街嘅開放咧，亦都係顯示出嚟大家嘅覺得佢係不適合喺呢度啦，同埋咧亦都係呢個緩衝期嘅呢個區域嘅中間啦。咁我哋嘅董事會亦都提出咗呢個問題，所以咧我就希望呢個董事會咧係拒絕佢哋嘅申請。
Thank you. Richard Chang, if you're available and you'd like to speak, please proceed.
張校長。
Great, thank you very much. And Terry, please feel free to interrupt me if you need to translate, but I'll pause as necessary. Thank you, Board Chair Joyce, Commissioners, and members of the community. And thank you for providing the Cantonese interpretation. My name is Richard Chang. My 11th year as a Quincy Upper School principal and 18th year at the school. We're located at 152 Arlington Street, and our new building is at 900 Washington Street. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Quincy Upper School Site Council and the whole school community.
咁我名叫做Richard Chang 啦，咁我係呢個 Quincy 中學嘅校長，咁喺度做咗18年啦。咁我哋依家嘅學校嘅校區咧係152Arlington 街啦，咁我哋嘅新校區咧會係98號 Washington 街，好快就會開。咁依家咧我哋喺度咧係代表我哋嘅家長會同埋代表呢個校區去同你去發言嘅。
We vigorously oppose the Dragon Buds license application. The proposed Beach Street location in Chinatown is highly visible and proximate to many food and retail establishments frequented by my students, ages 10 to 21. We don't want our young people to see marijuana normalized in Chinatown. We don't want them to think marijuana consumption is harmless. The proponents are sending the message that marijuana is legal or is okay just because it's legal. In fact, our federal government continues to classify marijuana among the dangerous and addictive illegal drugs.
咁我哋嘅學校咧、校區咧，或者同埋佢哋嘅我哋係非常反對呢個大麻店嘅開放嘅。咁咧，因為咧呢個大麻店嘅開放咧，亦都離我哋嘅學校。我哋餐館同埋零售都係好近嘅，我哋有好多學生喺度啦，從10歲到21歲嘅學生都喺度。咁同埋咧，我亦都唔想我哋嘅學生咧覺得呢個大麻嘅使用咧係 OK， 同埋係唔會影響到你嘅身體健康嘅，同埋因為佢合法咗同埋咧我哋聯邦政府咧都不斷咁樣去強調咧呢個大麻係屬於係危險嘅藥物嚟嘅。
In the last community meeting, the proponent said he needs to do what's right for him, his family, and his investors. In that case, I must do what's right for my 560 students and families. The vast majority of my students attend four-year colleges, including Ivy League schools. If even one of my students gets derailed by marijuana, then it's one too many casualty.
咁喺上一次嘅會議度咧，我哋嘅申請者咧就話佢要做正確嘅事俾佢同埋佢家庭同埋佢嘅投資者。咁我想喺度咧就指責佢咧，就係話我哋有560幾個學生同埋佢哋嘅家庭。咁我哋有好多。
We know statistically diversion and access to marijuana will be a fact among my 560
大麻電
students.
影響嘅佢哋咧，令到佢哋行錯咗路咧，咁呢個係太多嘅損失啦，對於我哋社區嚟講。
Hi, Mr. Chang, sorry to interrupt. You submitted a letter as well, correct?
Actually, I haven't, but I will.
Oh, I thought you did, okay.
I had,
We
yeah,
just want to
sorry.
be mindful of, you are over the 2 minutes, but I'm giving a little extra because of translation. If you could just give
Oh,
high level,
Thank
just.
you. I'll just, yeah, let me be very concise then. We know statistically diversion access to marijuana will be a fact among my 560 students if Dragon Buds operates in Chinatown.
咁如果咧呢個 Dragon Bucks 喺唐家開咗咧，就會影響到我哋呢560幾個學生同埋佢哋家庭嘅。
Back in June, 3 Henderson School students were hospitalized after consuming marijuana edibles.
咁喺 I can hear you, Principal Chang, really clearly.
Oh, sorry.
就係因為有好多個學生咧，就因為食咗大麻咧，所以咧佢入咗醫院嘅。
If Dragon Buds operates in Chinatown, I'm sure the Globe will also report about Chinatown children being hospitalized after consuming marijuana edibles.
咁如果呢個 Dragon Bud 喺唐街開咗咧，我相信咧環球報咧個報紙又會報道我哋唐街嘅一啲學生咧去食到呢啲可以食嘅呢個大麻嘅產品之後入咗醫院嘅。
I'll provide the rest of my comments through communication, email communication. Thank you very much. And for these reasons, I urge the Cannabis Board to deny the Dragon Buds license application. Thank you.
好，多謝晒。咁我會將我嘅發言咧用 email 嘅方式發俾我哋嘅董事會。咁因為嗰啲原因咧，我哋就希望董事會咧考慮反對呢個申請嘅。多謝晒。
Allison, you're on mute.
Thanks, Jasmine. Victoria Kwong, if you are available, you can speak next.
Victoria Kwong.
Hi. My name is Victoria Kohong. I am a 16+ year resident at 660 Washington Street. I have 4 sons, all of whom were raised in Chinatown, a 14-year-old, 2 12-year-olds, and a 8-year-old. And one of them is.
Sorry, can you let Terry translate?
Oh, I'm sorry for translation. Sorry.
Sorry. 我名叫做 Victoria Huang， 我係住喺660華盛頓街，我有4個仔，一個14，兩個12歲，同埋一個8歲嘅。
One of my sons is autistic and attends the Quincy Upper School.
咁其中一個小朋友咧，佢係自閉症嘅，咁佢咧就係參加呢個嘅Quincy 中學嘅。
I'm also a physician.
我亦都係個醫生。
I completely oppose Dragon Buds.
我係反對，非常反對呢個大麻店。
Although we know that there needs to be more research into the effect of secondhand marijuana smoke, as per the CDC's statement, and I can send you the links, it is clear, and they have stated, that secondhand marijuana smoke is toxic and can affect the pediatric brain.
Victoria, sorry, if we can just stick to this proposal, we're not here to debate marijuana and its effects. We're just.
Oh, no. Well, that's what. So I'm using the references to discuss the proposal. So because we know that marijuana secondhand smoke can cause pediatric neurological influence, when you have a dispensary with children such as mine who wander, they hang out in the neighborhood, and are already exposed to marijuana smoke from local people who hang around the neighborhood. My children and other children are now at risk for this toxic brain effect. In addition, we know that even based on a University of Pittsburgh research article, even an increase of 1 dispensary per square mile in a zip code was associated with a nearly 7% increase in marijuana-related abuse and dependence hospitalizations. Specifically, the authors there.
We need Terry.
Oh, translation. Sorry.
Over the 2 minutes as well.
Sorry.
Thank you. 咁亦就係有一個研究啦嚇，就係話呢個二手級呢個大麻咧，對於呢個腦咧有冇影響咧？其實根據呢個仲喺度研究緊，但係呢個 CDC 咧就提出嚟咧，就係佢會有呢個毒性㗎，對於呢個特別係兒童嘅大腦嘅發育。咁就係因為呢個原因咧，咁咧就係我哋亦都有個大學就 Pittsburgh 大學咧，佢都做咗研究，就係如果咧喺呢個每平方英里一個大麻店開放嘅話咧，亦都可能會影響，因為我有小朋友啊，咁我嘅小朋友喺社區度行嘅時候，啲人咧吸食呢個大麻嘅時候，亦都會影響到我嘅小朋友嘅。
Okay, thank you, Terry. Nancy Lowe, if you are available, please feel free to speak.
Nancy Lowe.
Okay, how about Kenneth Morin?
Kenneth Morin 係咪度啊？
Yes, hello, Kenneth Morin here. I am a 19-year resident of Chinatown. I live on 1 Nassau Street. I'm also associated with the Chinese Economic Development Council. We are currently building affordable housing here in Chinatown. I'm also retired from 25 years from Inspectional Services Department, issuing building permits and zoning code. And for the last 25 years, I've been involved with lion dancing within the community.
咁我名叫做 Karen Morin， 咁我咧喺唐人街住咗19年㗎啦，我住喺呢個 Nassau 街嘅，咁咧我亦都係喺呢個參與呢個華經會嘅發展啦，咁同時咧我亦都喺市府咧做咗25年嘅呢個 Inspectional Service 嗰度做咗好長嘅時間嘅，我亦都係參與呢個唐人街嘅呢個舞獅團啊。
With just 2 minutes, I had questions for Chung Lee, but I don't think I have time for answers. So I will just state, I'm not sure where their permitting is involved in inspectional services, but I assume they applied and were refused under a conditional permit. If that's true, that permit should be abandoned because if they're in the buffer zone, that would eliminate the conditional use and make them forbidden use and probably not even be able to apply. So if they're in for a conditional use, it's a problem and it's not allowed. Also, go ahead.
Can I just quickly translate? Thank you. 從呢個申請呢個許可證嘅呢個角度嚟睇咧，我唔知道佢哋有冇申請，亦都唔知道佢哋有冇攞到呢個申請啦。咁呢個應該係屬於呢個叫做有條件嘅呢個批准啦。咁如果佢係喺呢個緩衝期入邊咧，佢係唔可以用嘅。咁等於呢個許可證係冇效嘅嚇。
Yes, also I just noticed that on most of Chun Lee's dialogue testimony he gave was based on assumptions. Many assumptions I totally do not agree with, or the companies who we are. I mean, businesses are not leaving Chinatown. Chinatown is booming. Residents are leaving because of affordability of housing. Chinatown is booming. The unattractive building that he's looking at, there's a reason that it has been unattractive is because there are ongoing egress issues in the building, among other things, and the cost to renovate such a building.
Hi, Kenneth, you are at your 2 minutes. I want to allow Terry to translate, but you are.
Okay, thank you.
就我亦都同呢個 Charlie 傾偈嘅時候咧，亦都發現其實佢好多嘅呢啲都係啲假設嚟嘅，同埋好多假設我係唔同意嘅嚇。同埋唐街嘅生意咧，唐街嘅生意其實係越嚟越好嘅嚇。點解啲居民會離開咧？係因為呢個可負擔性嘅問題，而唔係生意嘅問題。同埋咧嗰棟樓咧嚇，點解咧嗰棟樓一直都冇咧？就係冇人去租咧，就係因為嗰棟樓咧有好多呢個法律上邊有一啲嘅問題啦，係一直都有係未解決嘅。
Could I have 10 more seconds? Oh, I'm muted.
You were at your 2 minutes. You have a lot of people want to testify.
Okay, thank you.
Submit additional writing.
I appreciate it. Thank
you.
Okay, thank you. Ricky Fung, if you are now available and you want to proceed, feel free.
Ricky Fung, 係咪度啊？
Can I speak? This is Nancy Lowe. I was
I was not able to unmute before.
Nancy, we will call you right after someone else. If you could just let that person speak, we'll call you out.
Sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ricky, yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'm Ricky. I live in 14 Tyler Street. I'm resident of Chinatown for 7 years now, since 2016, 2015. So having dispensary in the neighborhood provides residents and visitors with legal and regulated source of cannabis. So ensure safety and quality control. So it can also promote responsible use and reduce demand for illegal cannabis sales. And also the presence of dispensary can attract other business and investment into the area. And it also provides opportunities and for creating more jobs. And also, there are individuals who might benefit from those cannabis for various medical conditions. So having dispensary nearby can provide easy access for these products for those who rely on them.
Can we give Terry a moment to translate?
好，我名叫做 Ricky，我係住喺唐人街嘅，已經7年啦。我2015年搬過嚟住嘅，咁就係有一個嘅大麻店喺度咧，亦都可以提高呢個安全同埋減少呢個嘅非法嘅使用大麻啦。同埋咧，我哋亦都可以提供更加多嘅高質量嘅呢個嘅工作崗位啦，同埋咧有呢個大麻喺度嘅話咧，亦都可以幫助嗰啲需要使用大麻嘅人嚇，令到佢哋可以唔需要行好遠。
A dispensary can offer education resources and guidance to the community, promoting responsible cannabis use and providing information about potential risks and benefits. They can help address concerns and misconceptions surrounding cannabis. That's it from me.
同埋咧，用呢個大麻店喺呢個社區度開放咧，亦都可以提供一啲教育嘅機會啦，同埋咧了解到佢嘅風險同埋佢嘅好處嘅，就係咁多。
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ricky. Nancy, if you want to move forward with your testimony, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you. I did submit some testimony and I don't want to repeat what other people have said. I do want to emphasize some points that I want to point out. The applicant is portraying themselves as residents of the community. They do not live in the Chinatown community. They may own property, but they have outside addresses and they have offices in Boston. I grew up in this community. My father worked as a cook in Chinatown. My mother was a stitcher in this particular building, so I'm familiar with the building.
咁我嘅名叫做 Nancy Low 啦，咁因為有好多人已經發言啦，所以咧我就講下我想講嘅內容啊，就係呢個申請者咧，佢話佢自己係居民，其實佢唔係住喺唐人街嘅，就佢哋有啲樓宇喺唐人街，但係佢哋唔住喺唐人街咯。咁我咧係我爸爸媽媽都喺呢度工作嘅，咁我都係唐人街長大嘅。
The applicant does not provide any specifics on the diversity and inclusion plan. They do not provide any plans of how they're going to protect the youth and the elderly from cannabis use. They don't specifically say how they're going to address security and safety for our residents and how they're going to control their patrons. Also, they mentioned they were doing philanthropic things for the neighborhood, but they don't mention any specifics. They also did not do enough outreach to the community. They don't point out any specific partnerships or collaborations they have with any community organizations. So I think their plans are lacking and should be given less credits when you do their scoring.
好，咁同時咧，我覺得佢哋嘅計劃咧，亦都係不完整嘅。譬如話佢講到呢個青年同埋老人家，佢亦都冇啲詳細嘅計劃啦。咁亦都冇講到呢個安全同埋呢個保安嘅呢啲計劃啦。同埋佢講到有一啲嘅對於社區嘅一啲慈善啦，但係佢亦都冇一個詳細嘅計劃，同埋佢嘅外展嘅工作亦都冇計劃嘅，都冇同社區嘅機構合作啦。所以我覺得佢嘅計劃咧係不完整嘅。咁如果你哋係做呢個打分嘅時候咧，希望你哋同佢減分。
Lastly, I just want to say that I've attended meetings in the community by this applicant. They never mentioned housing in their application. When they filed for ISD, it was to address the conditional use. It was not for a development with housing. I think this is a last-minute effort to try to appease the community.
咁同時咧，佢上一次我參加過好多次佢哋嘅會議，佢哋都冇講到呢個房屋嘅問題。咁咧佢參加呢個 ISD 嘅批准得到呢個有條件嘅申請嘅時候咧，佢先講到呢個房屋嘅問題。我覺得其實佢係想喺度，只不過係令我哋作為社區開心啫。
Thank you.
多謝。
Thank you, Nancy. Allison, before you go forward, I just want to say that if you submitted a letter already, can you just state that on the record and don't repeat the same information that you already mentioned in your letter? We just want to be mindful of time again. We still have other applicants to hear after this. So if you can just keep your comments brief, we want everyone to get a chance to speak, but we want to be mindful of time.
好，咁提醒下你哋咧，就係如果你係已經係將你嘅發言稿交俾我哋嘅話咧，咁你可以發言嘅時候就話我已經交咗啦，咁就可以將時間咧俾其他人。咁因為我哋仲有幾個申請者，我哋要聽證嚇，所以咧就希望你哋提醒下你哋咧，就係考慮到其他人嘅時間，我哋亦都希望可以聽到每一個人嘅聲音。唔該晒。
Thanks, Terry. Mary Higgins, you signed up to provide testimony. Just repeating what Jasmine said, if you have submitted something in writing, try to keep it brief and just tell us that you submitted a letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Boston Cannabis Board Commissioners. My name is Mary Higgins. I am with Emerson College at 120 Boylston Street, Boston, Mass. I did not submit any letter regarding this applicant, but I do want to stress just in 20 to 30 years, and I've worked in this neighborhood for over 21 years, this neighborhood is probably the most densely populated in the city. They have to endure nightclubs that are very closely congested and the ramifications of that. They have a very robust, as we all know, elderly population. And more importantly, this applicant is in a buffer zone. And I have been to both public meetings for this application, and I don't think that they have, really demonstrated a substantial hardship with regarding them being in a buffer zone and an application or a dispensary rather that's less than a half a mile away. So the Emerson College would not support this application for this location. Thank you.
Thank you. 我名叫做 Mary 啦，咁我係呢個 Emerson 大學嘅代表嚟嘅，咁我冇提交我哋嘅講稿，但係咧我就想同你講喺我哋30幾年喺呢度作為一個大學啦，喺唐街附近啦，咁我咧就係話唐街咧係一個非常嘅密度好高嘅一個社區啦，咁同時咧我哋好多居民咧平時咧都有好多嘅呢啲夜總會喺度啊，咁亦都影響到大家嘅生活嘅，咁呢個嘅大麻店咧會令到呢個問題更加嚴重啦，我哋亦都有好多嘅老人家喺呢度住啦，同時咧我哋呢個亦都想強調一下呢個申請者嘅地址咧係屬於呢個緩衝區入邊嘅，呢個緩衝區入邊咧亦都佢哋亦都冇好表達出嚟佢點解要喺呢個緩衝區入邊要開多一個大麻店亦都冇表現出嚟佢哋嘅理由係乜嘢，所以咧我哋代表呢個 Emerson 大學咧係反對呢個申請嘅。
Thanks, Terry. Linda C., if you are available, you can proceed with your testimony.
Linda C.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Linda C., 210 South. I've lived in the Chinatown Leather District neighborhood for almost 15 years, and I'm proud to raise my 4 children who range from 3 months to 11 years old here. I serve as the Chinatown Residents Association's nominee on the Greenway Conservancy Board, and I'm also on the board of directors of the Kwong Khao Chinese School. I did submit a letter, so I won't repeat everything that's already been said, but I will quickly reiterate that the Chinatown community works very hard every day to improve its reputation. This location is right next to Phillips Square, which is the site of Chinatown's most important cultural celebrations like Chinese New Year and August Moon, and it's adjacent to the historic Chinatown Protection Area according to the zoning map. So to put a dispensary here in the shadow of the old combat zone would be an insult and a travesty to this community. Also, the applicant shouldn't be allowed to exploit Chinatown residents for these vague and potentially empty promises of future community benefits, which Nancy noted had never been mentioned in prior community meetings. Those of us who actually live and sleep here, who are raising our families and sending our children to school here, don't want this dispensary in our neighborhood. And for these reasons, I'm strongly opposed. Thank you.
咁我名叫做 Linda 啦，咁我咧已經提交咗呢個我嘅發言稿啦，咁我就想強調一下，我喺度住咗15年啦，喺呢個皮革區嗰度，我有3個月到11歲嘅小朋友，我亦都係呢個居民會嘅代表同埋呢個綠地嘅呢個代表啦，咁同時咧，我哋亦都想講俾你聽咧，唐街咧係做咗好多嘅努力去改變佢嘅聲譽啦，咁呢個唐街嘅呢個大麻店嘅位置咧就係喺呢個 Phillips Square 附近啦，咁同時呢度有好多嘅歷史同埋以前嘅呢個嘅紅燈區啦，所以咧喺呢度開大麻店咧，等於係我哋係等於係倒退㗎嚇，所以咧同埋佢亦都做咗好多嘅嘗試，呢個申請者做咗好多嘅 promise， 佢以前都冇提過嘅，所以咧我哋有好多個居民係喺度居住嘅，我咧係反對呢個嘅大麻店嘅。
Thank you, Terry. Kenny Lamb, if you're available, you can proceed.
Candy Lamb 係咪喺度啊？
Okay. How about Chang Im Tan?
Chang Im Tan 係咪喺度啊？
Hello. Hi, I'm right here. So I did send in a short note on behalf of the Ganguo Asian Women's Lion and Dragon Dance Troupe, but I want to speak to you today as a parent, as a member of the Josiah Quincy School, upper school community. I'm a very active parent at the school. And as you know, the school represents, over 50% of the school are Chinese. Many live in the community. I'm also a resident here. I've lived here for 19 years, but I've been even longer as an activist in Chinatown for many years. So speaking as a parent, I can tell you that no parent from my school welcomes the location of this dispensary here. None of us want our kids to be exposed to marijuana and the ease at which they are going to be exposed to if the location is permitted.
咁我名叫做 Chang Ming Chan 啦，咁我係喺呢個 Queen's 高中學嘅家長，咁我亦都係住喺唐街住咗19年㗎啦嚇，咁我喺學校嘅家長會係非常活躍嘅家長嚟嘅，咁喺呢個之前咧，我亦都係廣教嘅學校嘅代表啦，同埋呢個嘅舞獅團嘅代表啦，咁同時咧我亦都可以講咧，代表我哋所有嘅家長們嚇，就係冇一個家長會歡迎呢個大麻店嚟到我哋社區，所以我哋係非常嘅反對嘅。
As we know, the industry preys more and more on children with edible products and other attractive products that are aimed at children. And all of us families, those of us who have children, are very, very concerned. We do not want our kids to be exposed and to have this dispensary close by. In addition to the secondhand smoke and the patrons, it's also about this drug is it's a gateway drug to could be a gateway drug to more serious drug use. So for all these reasons, as a parent, as a member of this community representing the parents at Josiah Quincy School, I firmly oppose the location of this dispensary.
咁同時咧，我哋亦都發現咧，呢個行業咧越嚟越多嘅開始去發展呢啲可以食嘅大麻產品啦，或者糖啦，咁呢啲係會令到小朋友更加容易可以開始去食嘅。咁同時咧，除咗呢個二手嘅大麻煙之外咧，我哋亦都發現咧，呢個大麻咧係去到用到其他嘅呢啲毒品嘅一個開始嘅一個引導啦嚇。咁作為社區嘅代表嚟講，對 Queen's 學校嘅家長代表也好，我哋咧係強烈反對呢個大麻電嘅。
Thank you. Now more Cap, if you are available, you can proceed.
More Cat 係咪度啊？
Sorry, it's that person available. Our translator does have another meeting in 30 minutes, so again, want to be mindful of time. We will lose our translator in 30 minutes, so just want to put that out there. Terry, you can translate that.
好，唔好意思嚇，因為我仲有第二個會議係30分鐘之後，所以咧就希望大家咧就提醒下你哋嘅時間啦。
Oh, also, can you say, well, additional testimony can be sent to cannabisboard@boston.gov.
Could you please put that email on the chat so
Yes.
they know?
Yes, we'll do right now.
如果你哋仲有一啲嘅見證，你哋想發言嘅內容，你可以發去呢個郵箱度嘅，我叫佢將呢個郵箱咧擺喺個聊天嘅功能入邊，所以大家咧都可以發俾佢哋嘅。
All right, Allison, it's done.
Oh, did you already? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. So now more Cap, if you want to speak, please proceed.
Now more.
Okay. How about Rong Teng?
Ron Chen 係咪度啊？
Oh, hi, my name is Ron. I am a school nurse in Quincy Upper School. I am speaking up for my students to oppose drug buds because we are like a 6 to 12th grade students, but we do have quite a few students with over 21 years old. Okay, because we have a special ed program in there. Okay, so this is like this could be firsthand. They can they can purchase the marijuana. And second one is like they could be since it's so close to Quincy Upper School, like when the new building built will be only 6-7 minutes to walk to the store. So there was great chance for kids to expose to that store. And then just as parents and Mr. Chan already mentioned, they were edible marijuana. So it could be really don't want to see students get into that. Okay, for students' health set. Okay, thank you.
好，咁我名叫做 Young， 我係呢個 Queen's 高中學嘅護士嚟嘅。咁雖然話我哋學校咧係6到12年班，但係我哋亦都有一啲特殊教育嘅小朋友咧係21歲以上噶啦。咁呢個新嘅大麻電咧離我哋學校新嘅校區咧，淨係6到7分鐘嘅時間嘅啫。咁好容易咧令到啲小朋友咧就可以接受到呢個大麻嘅產品，所以我哋係反對嘅。
Thank you. The last person set up online is Christine Dong.
Christine Dong 係咪度啊？
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I am voting to support Dragon Buds Incorporated. I just feel like opposing this dispensary because of younger generations is like opposing liquor stores in Chinatown. Liquor is known to cause more harm than cannabis, and yet there's a couple of them, and you can order it at almost every restaurant at every corner in Chinatown. Should I stop for translation or?
Yes, thank you. 我名叫做 Christine， 我咧喺度咧支持呢個大麻電嘅。咁咧，你哋喺度反對呢個大麻電咧？其實咧呢個酒莊喺唐街有好多間，呢啲酒莊咧佢對於大家嘅影響比呢個大麻咧更加嚴重嘅。
I feel like there's a stigma behind cannabis that older generations tightly hold on to and refuse to acknowledge the benefits that come with it as well.
咁我亦都發現咧，就係有好多年紀比較大嘅居民咧，對於呢個大麻咧會有一啲誤區啦。
I feel like as long as we can talk about, I just feel like more that we are driven by fear, the way we shouldn't be driven by fear. It's not open. It should be other reasons besides that. Fear only causes fear because of lack of knowledge is I feel like what is going on.
咁我哋唔應該咧，就係有呢個嘅驚啦嚇，驚係因為對於呢個問題嘅不了解啊，我哋應該咧有一個開放式嘅態度去了解呢個問題嘅。
And I strongly support this place opening, but that's all I had to say.
咁我係強烈嘅去支持啊呢個大麻店喺呢度開放嘅。
Tristine, did you give your address? Sorry. Justine.
Oh, sorry, I went back on mute.
Can you just give your address?
So it's sorry, 1 second. 230 Harrison Ave, Boston, Mass. 02111. Sorry, I'm on the phone.
個地址係230 Harrison Ave。
Thank you.
All right, is that the last person I signed up, Allison?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna move to the raised hands. I see 8 hands. I'm just gonna go in the order that I see across my screen. The first person it just says iPhone.
好，咁我哋依家咧就去到我哋舉手嘅人啦。咁我見到有一個寫住 iPhone 嘅舉手啦，你可以發言啦。
I'm going to hit the X to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Hi.
Please state your name and address.
Yep, my name is Chandra Thray. I live in 100 Stockton Street in Chelsea. So I've been an employee in the Chinatown area for over 11 years. I've been able to see, unfortunately, a lot of things happen here. Just to piggyback onto Tristine's comment, how we require modern solutions for this day and age. And I have spoken to a lot of the residents in the area, those who have done their research and have understand the benefits of marijuana are all in favor. Do you need to stop for translation?
Yeah, please, thank you. 我名叫做 Chantra. Can you say your name again?
Chantra.
Transactional 咁我住喺 Chelsea 啦，咁我喺11年嘅經驗啦，就喺唐人街附近做工嘅。咁咧我就想再講下啱先 Christine 啱先講嘅嘢咧，就係我哋希望咧大家可以有一個開放式嘅態度啦，同埋咧呢個大麻咧，亦都係用呢個科技嘅時候咧，亦都係有好多嘅好處嘅。
Okay, so there is a reason why a lot of dispensaries continue to grow in other parts of the city. Those who have done their research and have understand it are in favor. I myself are in favor of the Dragon Buzz dispensary. I understand the health concerns of secondhand inhalation. Yet we walk through handfuls and clouds of cigarette smoke every single day in Chinatown, but seems like we all ignore that.
咁我哋亦都見到有好多城市咧，佢哋都開始了解呢個大麻嘅使用啦，同埋咧亦都有好多研究啦嚇。咁同時我都好理解啲人對於健康嘅擔憂，但係唐人街咧，我哋成日都見到有人食煙啦，咁好似喺呢個問題上邊，大家都忽視咗食煙嘅。
Many students in the area are in favor and they are excited for the opening of Dragon Buds. They are either exposed to the black market production or it can be highly regulated.
So, how is nap time? I mean, rest your body time.
Hello?
Hi, sorry, that was someone unmuted. You are over the 2 minutes. If you want to additional testimony, to cannabis.boston.gov.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
好，咁好多個學生咧，佢哋都係支持呢個大麻店同埋 Dragon Bar 喺度開嘅，因為咧佢哋都係受到呢個黑市嘅影響啦嚇。好，時間到啦。
The next hand I see is Tang.
下一個係湯建華。
I see her, she's trying to unmute.
你打開咪啦嚇。
等咗好耐啦，終於輪到我啦。
Okay, I've been waiting.
我咧見今日嗰個會議咧，嗰個 boss 嘅態度咧，同禮拜一嘅態度咧係有進步咗，起碼有咗翻譯。我上一次最大意見最嬲就係冇翻譯，你冇翻譯俾我哋咧，即係等於唔想聽我哋唐人街嘅意見。咁今日咧有翻譯呢個首先已經好大嘅進步啊！但係我發現有一個問題咧，頭先嗰個 boss 講到嗰個支持信啊，佢話佢收集咗好多支持佢嘅聲音，去大麻店嗰個聲音，來自係昆士外埠嘅嗰啲老闆嘅聲音，佢點解唔聽下我哋唐人街嘅聲音？你嘅大麻店係開喺我哋波士頓唐人街，唔係開喺昆士嗰啲老闆做生意嗰度。若果佢哋支持嘅話咧，請你將呢個大麻店搬去佢嗰度開啦，唔該啊，唔好嚟巴打我哋唐人街啦。第二個問題咧，我就聽到咗咧。
你聽我翻譯咗第一個問題先好嗎 ？OK， 好 ，so my name is Tang Jianwan. I've been waiting for this moment for a while. I just wanted to thank the organizer, the commissioners, and the board that accommodate this meeting with the interpreter. And I see the improvement this time because the Monday meeting does not provide interpreter, and it's sending a signal to us that they don't want to hear the residents of Chinatown's voice. So the questions I have is the support letter. Why would they collecting support? So the representative from the applicant mentioned the support letters coming from the surrounding towns, and majority of them are business owners in Quincy, etc. So if they are supporting your business, can you please just open the dispensary in their town, not to bother Chinatown residents?
第二個問題咧，就我剛才咧聽到咗好多人發言，大部分嘅聲音都係反對嘅聲音。我現在再嚴肅提出一次，係我都提出反對嘅聲音，因為咧頭先嗰啲反對嘅聲音都講咗好多理由啦。一個係交通混亂，同老人家小朋友嘅安全問題，同埋咧。你都識得講啦，我哋唐人街有酒吧，咁啊點解佢開得我唔開得啊？咁意思係咁啦。咁我聽到呢個聲音啦，我有唔同睇法。你酒吧已經開咗，有好多酒鬼咧，已經係惹是生非噶啦，俾我哋唐人街做大，造成咗好。
Terry, can you just let her know that she's at her 2 minutes? I did give her a little extra time, and that.
Okay. 你時間到啦，湯主席，你仲有少少時間，你可唔可以快啲講完佢
？But if you want to translate what she said.
Oh, she's on mute already?
Yeah, she's on mute already.
Okay. So she was saying, so there is overwhelming of voice oppose this application. She wanted to add that to the record that she's opposing this application as well. So she reiterated that there's some issues with in Chinatown, including traffic and safety. She also mentioned that there already have issues, concerns like bars and liquor stores in the neighborhood. So opening this dispensary will exacerbate this further.
Thank you, Terry. The next hand I see is Mai.
下一個係 Mai。
All right, well, Mai.
Hello。你哋好，我係住喺88號，你哋聽唔聽到㗎？
聽到。
我係住喺88號克遜街嘅波士頓居民嚟嘅。我強烈反對喺唐人街開大麻店。你哋為咗揾快錢，咪搞到我哋唐人街冇個健康嘅家，冇個健康嘅生活。我哋啲唐人街嘅居民全部都係自願咁出嚟發聲，自願咁去表達我哋嘅意願。我好感謝我哋嘅政府俾我哋自願去喺度發言。我哋真係絕對唔歡迎佢哋嚟唐人街開大麻店。我要講嘅嘢都基本上都係咁樣。
Okay.
好，OK，你講。
Oh, my name is Mai. I live at 88 Hudson Street. I'm a Chinatown resident. I'm strongly opposed the Dragon Bud dispensary opening in Chinatown. So they don't care about our residents. They only care about they're making the quick buck. And also really appreciate that the board is giving us this opportunity to for the residents and the community to express their concerns.
我哋出嚟發言係全部係自願去講出自己嘅心聲啊！你哋出嚟發言係收受利益嘅，去幫人哋做嘢嘅。
So we're here to we are raising our voice voluntarily. We didn't get paid for it, but you're making this talking about this, or you're representing the investors' interests. You're getting paid for it.
OK， 我都唔阻止大家去發言啦。我真係好感謝我哋嘅政府俾我聽我哋去感受我哋居民嘅發聲，多謝。
Okay, so that's all. Thank you for the city and thank you for the board to listening to the residents' voice.
Thank you. The next hand is Alan Chen.
Thank you. My name is Alan Chen. I'm the vice chair of Chinese Economic Development Council, and we own the 31 Beach Street apartments, which are directly adjacent to the proposed dispensary. This location is not appropriate because it will directly impact the children who reside in our building who will have to exit directly adjacent to the dispensary. We have letters in opposition from every tenant on the residential tenants, and we'll submit them to the board. The traffic at this location is already extremely congested. Do you want to translate?
Yep. Thank you. 我名叫做 Alan Chan， 我係華經會嘅負責人嚟嘅。咁我哋有棟樓咧係31號 Beach 街，呢個係個住宅屋嚟嘅。咁我哋所有嘅入邊嘅住戶咧都係反對，佢哋都簽咗封信係反對呢個大麻店嘅，因為有好多小朋友喺度，同埋咧佢係直接就喺呢個大麻店附近嘅。
Legal parking at the location is almost non-existent. We have fire hydrants adjacent to the Santander Bank, which if the proposed unit goes in and people were to park there, it would put our building at risk. There's multiple fire hydrants that would be blocked. Additionally, there's a lack of crossing from the parking lot across the street in case they were planning on using that. There is no way to cross legally there. You have to go down to the block at Harrison or at Knapp, which have crosswalks. So the street is also narrowed by this placement of the cafe diagonally across the street, which perhaps is a new business. Go ahead, translate.
OK， 咁同埋呢個地方咧，亦都有好多交通嘅問題咧，基本上都冇 parking 嘅地方啦。咁同時呢度亦都有呢個滅火箱喺度啦。同埋喺個附近咧就有個停車場，呢個停車場附近亦都冇呢個人行道，亦都好窄啦。同埋咧有一個新嘅咖啡店係開咗嚇，呢個係個新嘅商業嚟嘅。
Argument in support of the application is spurious. And I believe they are seriously out of touch with the needs of the community and the actual situation on the ground. And I refer to the Boston Globe article by Arun Soni on August 1st of this year that regarding.
Alan, you are over your 2 minutes if you want to briefly wrap up.
Yep. Translate, please.
咁同時咧，我哋亦都有呢個波信環球報嘅呢個報導咧，就關於呢個大麻店對於大家嘅影響啦嚇。
Thank you very much. I'll submit the rest in writing.
Thank you.
多謝你。
The next hand is Win K.
下一個係 Win K。
Oh, let me turn on my video. Hi, my name is Winky Leung. Okay, so I live on Powers Road, Andover. Even though I don't live in Chinatown, I've been active in Chinatown for over 30 years, belonging to multiple organizations, including associated with CCBA and also Chinatown Resident Association.
咁我名
Go ahead.
我名叫做梁永基啦，咁我就雖然話住喺 Andover，但係我喺唐街咧已經有30幾年嘅工作經驗啦嚇，同埋咧亦都好積極嘅喺唐街社區，我亦都係參與呢個嘅CCBA 同埋呢個居民會嘅會議啦。
So I'm expressing my opposition to this establishment. Okay, so I was going to spend my 2 minutes talking about the buffer zone issue, but that's been covered by multiple people already. So I would most probably spend on 2 points that I heard that know about that I like to express.
咁我亦都反對呢個嘅大麻電啦。咁啱啱已經有好多人講到呢個緩衝期嘅問題啦。咁我就有其他2點想同大家講下嘅。
So I heard that from the presenter, the establishment presenter, that he's going to produce multilingual educational literature to educate people about the marijuana or cannabis. But to me, it sounds like more like a multilingual marketing and sales brochure to get people to consume and buy from their store. But then this is essentially against selling to people or community that has no social or aspiration to consume cannabis.
好，咁佢講到咧就係有呢個多語言嘅一啲文字嚇啲材料啦，可以俾到我哋唐街。咁喺度睇到俾我感覺咧，就係佢喺呢個嘅係做呢個市場嘅營銷嘅。咁其實係去做 marketing 去sell 佢哋嗰啲產品啦嚇呢個係我嘅理解。
Yeah, second point is that this establishment is by at least 3 very profitable business owners in Chinatown area. So they've been very profitable. They've been there for a long time. But as far as I know, okay, these owners or this new have never really contributed to Chinatown community at all. Okay, like I said, I've been involved in Chinatown quite a long time. So to me, they are promising things that are a little bit fluffy, that I'm not too sure how would it all play out, but it just does not match what they had actually accomplished in the past.
咁有呢個其中嘅啲股東咧係有3個係唐街嘅做生意嘅老闆嚟嘅，佢哋有呢個非常賺錢嘅生意啊喺唐街啦嚇，喺呢段時間，同埋咧喺我所知咧，我做咗30幾年喺唐街，佢哋都冇點樣去為呢個社區做太多嘅貢獻嘅。
And Winky, that was your 2 minutes. The next
2分鐘到啦。
is Kenny Lam.
下一個係 Kenny。
Kenny, I just asked to unmute.
Hello, sorry about that. So my name is Kenny Lam. So I'm the resident of Chinatown for about 25 years. I live around the 303 Monk Street. So I hear a few the young kid is a really strong to agree to open the canal. But I want to talk to them. Talk to your father. Talk to your parents about it. Do not just get the money from the investor. Okay, and also one of the speaker from Chelsea. What the heck? Why you want to get into Chinatown? Go to Chelsea to buy the dinner over there. Don't go Chinatown. We don't need you over here. We don't need your money over here. Go to Chelsea. Go to Chelsea. Okay, don't go Chinatown. We don't need. Many of the people, they do not live in Chinatown. They live outside the Chinatown, Quincy, modern. You know, this investor spend the money on them, tell them to rule all the thing. We don't live out there. We don't need these people over here. That's all what I want to say. I don't want these people over here. Chinatown don't need these people. So we do not want this investor invest in our Chinatown. We don't need it. Thank you.
OK。好，咁Kenny 嘅意思咧就係佢係330春芒街嘅居民嚟嘅，佢住喺度已經20幾年㗎啦。咁佢咧就係發現咧有好多小朋友咧，佢係同意呢個大麻店啦。我叫你要同你嘅父母處傾下先啊，同埋咧點解會有一個住喺 Chelsea 嘅人咧會嚟發言咧？佢可能係收到一啲咩好處啊？我哋唔需要你喺度咁樣，你翻去 Chelsea 啦，唔好嚟唐街，同埋你 Queen's 或者 Modern 你都唔需要過嚟噶就呢就係我想講噶啦。
Thank you. The next hand is David Chen.
下一個係 David Chen.
Hi, hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I strongly wanted to let the board know that, coming from, I'm sorry, my name is David Chen. I'm speaking on behalf of a dozen residents at 104 Tyler Street. And I just want everyone. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just want the board to know that we are agreeing and we want you guys to give them a chance because of education, because of letting the public, the Chinatown residents are entitled to the knowledge of using CBD or the control of THC, and to be able to have the type of services in different languages and different products to label them, because a lot of people when they in the middle of the night, if they want something that would help them to sleep or everything like that, we believe in giving out the right proper education when it comes to cannabis use, and to embrace the legalizations in Beantown. There's a lot of different activities around the Boston area, including Boston Common, when it comes to the cannabis festival, and etc. And embracing the culture and to understand why the law was in place, for the legalization of marijuana and the consumption of the percentage of control by CBD and THCs and different products is not just about smoking. It's the way of life. It's the American way of life. It's about freedom of choice. It's about freedom of knowledge. And for us to actually embrace this and to help each individual, whoever needed, as a medical, perspective, and to help them with their way of life. And I think that's very, very important, that people have choices. And also to have the knowledge and to have different languages that can cater to this service.
Okay, David, that is your 2 minutes. I'm just going to have Terry translate.
Okay, so I'll summarize. So 我總結一下先，佢講下就佢名叫 David Chan， 我係代表104 Tyler 街嘅。咁咧，我係同意呢個大麻店嘅開放，我希望你俾個機會佢，就係因為對於教育同埋知識啦，就係因為佢可以提供呢啲服務啦，同埋亦都可以幫助一啲有需要嘅人啦，令到佢哋可以睡眠得更加好啊。我哋覺得呢個點解會合法化係有佢嘅原因嘅，亦都係呢個屬於呢個叫做對於知識嘅呢個自由啦同埋選擇嘅自由嚟嘅。所以咧特別係有啲人係需要呢啲醫學嘅需要啦咁咧你應該要俾個機會佢喺呢度開呢個大麻店嘅。
Thank you, Terry. And our last speaker will be Joyce Chen.
最尾一個係 Joyce Chen。
Joyce Chen, I just asked to unmute you.
Oh, sorry, please.
Hello. Hello,
Hi.
I'm here.
Okay, you could go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Joyce Chen, and I'm going to use the Chinese to saying my testimony, okay? Yeah, because Chinatown is like 多元化的社区, so 历史由来已久. 是我们的心脏，有举足轻重的地位，不可或缺。
Okay, so my name is Joyce Chen. Chinatown is a multicultural hub in Boston. It's irreplaceable neighborhood.
And have a long history. So Chinatown is the business card about the world in Boston. Basically everyone, every year there's a lot of people coming from all over the world. They go to the Chinatown gate to take a photo and explore their happiness and joyful and about Chinatown's culture and the traditional. And Chinatown is a healthy community. And Chinatown have a lot of school, community, and residents and business, and they just like doing a lot of efforts and actions to helping try to build up Chinatown.
Do you have anything specific for this?
The most important part I just want to say, I strongly oppose the project for Daima, for the marijuana store. Not in Chinatown, not welcome at all. Never apply again. Not for the applicant for any chance to get the chance go right there, because a lot of basically I'm working right now. I wait for 3 hours to talk these 2 minutes. I am working, I'm helping a lot of clients, and at the same time, I'm waiting my chance to speak my voice out. It's really important that everyone have to know Chinatown's importance. There's the very important, just like the specific way to showing to the world, to everyone. We are here, Chinatown in China, in Boston, in Massachusetts, in the world. It's really important. The role here is really important for everyone, for the world, for everyone. Just come from different culture, diversity, global, everything.
Okay.
And we have a dream here, American dream, for Chinese, for Chinatown, for Asian, for the whole world. So please have to control the marijuana, not let the people like explore in Chinatown, because this is the community have a lot of different elementary school, childcare, upper school, high school.
Terry, can you just let her know that was her minute, and if you want to translate.
你嘅時間到咗啦，你嘅時間到啦嚇。OK，咁我總結一下啱先佢講嘅意思就係話唐人街咧係一個非常特別嘅社區啦，佢有好多文化多元化，亦都有好多嘅人會過嚟呢度旅遊啦。咁佢想講嘅咧就係佢係反對呢個唐人街嘅呢個大麻店啦。咁同時佢亦都做緊工，佢等咗3個鐘就為咗呢2分鐘嘅時間去佢係自願咁樣去發言嘅嚇。佢希望咧唐人街可以保持呢個重要性啦，同埋咧有個文化令到更加多嘅小朋友學校可以繼續嘅喺呢個唐人街可以發展嘅。Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Those were all their hands that were raised. Mr. Lee, if you want to just give a, you're welcome. Mr. Lee, if you just want to give a brief wrap up.
Sure, sure.
Very brief wrap up, if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so I hear, and I've been listening for the past two and a half hours. And I do recognize and respect the testimonies given by all the individuals who called in or texted in. However, you know, the only thing I can say is while I respect those opinions, I respectfully disagree with them. Again, that's my opinion. I'm not here to start a fight, but I believe the opinions that were the opposition expressed by the callers today, with a few exceptions, really didn't identify the substantive issues why they're in opposition. It almost feels like there's they're relying on the stigma relating to cannabis to oppose it. Data, while still scanned, and I agree with the doctors that called it.
Want Terry to translate, so before you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
Okay, thank you. 簡單阿康咧就係Chang 咧就簡單咁講下總結一下咧，佢話我哋聽到你哋啲聲音啦，我就聽到喺過去啱啱嗰3個鐘嘅時候聽到你嘅聲音，咁同時咧我哋亦都係尊重你哋，但係我唔同意你嘅觀點，但係我而家唔係喺度同你哋去鬥，但係咧就係想話俾你哋知，你哋所講嘅啲內容咧其實係都冇講到點解你哋會反對呢個嘅大麻嘅原因。
So the basis of the opposition that I've heard so far, with a few exceptions, I agree, had to do with, for example, smoke, danger to kids, crime, without paying attention to perhaps my goal of increase in security, which I can get to that right afterwards. A lot of data, while scant, because marijuana has only been legalized since 2016 and 17, the data that is available today shows that that's not in fact the case. In fact, there are many installations, which is consistent with the procedure of the disadvantaged selection of the CCC, where the institution of a cannabis shop actually decreased the crime and the unwanted folks hanging around, which is what I heard the audience said today. Furthermore, with regards to the plans, again, it's a chicken and an egg. Especially in a meeting like this where I'm afforded 10 minutes, it's virtually impossible for me to submit the plans. Now, we have somewhat detailed plans, which I offered during the last 6 to 8 months to talk to the individual neighborhood groups outside the ones who are willing to work with me.
Mr. Lee, I want to be mindful because Terry does have to go.
I'm so sorry. I'm so into my
give you a
thing.
moment to, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Jasmine. So,講到呢啲嘅反對嘅聲音嘅時候咧，我都明白有好多人佢哋嘅反對意見，我亦都同意嘅。咁但係咧關於呢個大麻啦，佢係2016或者2017年先通過合法嘅。咁同時咧有好多研究啲數據都未出嚟，同埋咧喺度講呢個問題咧就係雞同埋蛋嘅問題啦。咁當然咧10分鐘嘅時間咧係冇辦法俾我將一個計劃好詳細咁同你去解釋羅列出嚟嘅咁樣。
So during the past, I'll remember to stop this time. So over the past,
I'm sorry, you've already presented.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, I just wanted to give you a chance to briefly address, not
okay. So basically, okay, I'll close it right now. So basically, I'm hoping that the community can come, we can work together constructively in the future, whether it has to do with this cannabis or without the cannabis, because I really believe in my heart that we need to do something as a community to survive, if you will. Thank you very much.
好，最尾咧我就想講咧，就係我哋希望咧，我哋嘅社區可以同我哋一齊合作啦。就算有大麻店或者冇大麻店，我哋都希望咧大家可以同社區一齊嘅合作落去。呢個就係我想講噶啦。
The board will take this matter under advisement. The voting will take place next Wednesday, September 20th. And that information to log on will be on our website, boston.gov/cannabis.
Thank you very much.
咁我哋嘅董事咧就會董事會咧就會考慮審核你哋嘅申請啦。我哋會喺9月20號下個星期3會投票嘅。咁呢個嘅信息會議嘅信息咧會喺我哋網站上邊公佈嘅。
Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you everyone for your patience. We're going to take a brief recess. We will resume at 4:12. We'll resume. Just give everyone a minute to regroup.
咁多。
Hey everybody, it's Chu. What is the order of the next 2 cases?
Next will be Frozen 4 Corp. And then it would be the Green Lady. And
Okay.
then Yaga.
Thank you.
All right, I see 3 of my commissioners. Commissioner Smith, you there? There we go. Perfect. All right, we are going to pick back up. Thank you all again for your patience. The next item we're going to hear is Frozen Four Corp, DBA South End Buds. The proposed license premise is 1679 Washington Street, South End. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license. The proposed hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sunday. This is a non-equity applicant. They initially filed February 15th, 2023. They filed with Inspectional Services March 7th, 2023. And they had their community meeting on June 26th, 2023. Who was present on behalf of the licensee?
Hi, Jasmine. I am Ben Verga, Frozen Four Corp.
Thank you. So you will have 10 minutes to present. You may share your screen and begin.
All right, how do I share the screen? I got to figure out how to share the screen.
Oh, it should be at the bottom. It should say share screen.
Nope. I'm on an iPad. I don't know if that matters.
Oh, I don't know if it looks differently. I can pull up your
You put it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Those are 4. All right, can you see it? Can everyone see it? Can you see your presentation?
Jasmine, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Just let me know when you want me to go for it.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ben Verga. I'm one of the 3 founders of Frozen Four Corp. We really appreciate your time to have us here today for this public hearing. And we appreciate how thorough and easy to follow along this process has been working with the Boston Cannabis Board. Jasmine, if you would go to the next one. So yes, Frozen Four Corp was established in 2018 to apply specifically for cannabis adult use recreational licenses. We are managed by Bud & Mary's LLC and have a partner who was deemed an economic empowerment applicant in 2018 by the Cannabis Control Commission by the name of Cannabis Guitar. We opened our first retail marijuana establishment in December 2021 in Marshfield, located at 985 Plain Street. That is Route 139. We operate there under the DBA South Shore Buds. We also have a marijuana courier license that's activated out of Marshfield as well, using the DBA Bud Bus. It's a cannabis delivery service directed for consumers. And we are currently in pursuit of our next active license, which would be our second dispensary location, retail adult use at 1679 Washington Street in the South End. We were fortunate as a company to find out about 1679 Washington Street. I'm very lucky to have a good friend, Jim Robertson, who is a direct abutter to the property. Jim has a very long relationship with Jay Hodge, the owner of Mike City Diner. Jim introduced Jay and I and facilitated this process. And we met with Jay and we looked at the site. We had multiple conversations with him. Jay and Jim then came down to look at our operation in Marshfield to make sure that we were going to be potentially good tenants and good corporate partners for the neighborhood. Jay obviously owns Mike City Diners, other businesses within the South End. So finding the right tenant was very important to Jay. And through Jay and Jim's relationships, we were very lucky to have Arthur Chu as our architect for this program. And so we were excited what we found when we met with Arthur and with Jim and with Jay. when we saw the space, we decided to pursue it. And as Jasmine laid out, we began that process in February of 21. Jasmine. Our leadership team is, as I mentioned, Frozen 4 Corp is made up of Candace Qatar at 51% and Bud & Mary's LLC at 49%. My partners, David Morgan and Luke Marut, along with myself, are the operational managers from Bud & Mary's for Frozen 4 Corporation. David, Luke, and I have worked together in real estate since 2012, I'd say. We met Candace in 2018 when we were pursuing this venture, and that's the corporate structure we formed. We also have an amazing team of employees that work for us in Marshfield, many of whom would be coming over to the South End if we were lucky enough to proceed forward. Those are the really talented people who do all the hard work. So we're very confident in our ability to execute a successful plan, just as we have in Marshfields, and that's largely due to our team of incredibly talented and smart people who prop us up and make us look good. Jasmine. As you can see, the location, 1679 Washington Street, is the former location for Andy's Cleaners. It's on the corner of Washington Street and Worcester Street. It is a ground floor commercial space in a mixed-use residential building. It's around 4,000 square feet, give or take. We'll be using only the upper level. There is some basement storage we will not be using for anything cannabis related. It provides us with the opportunity for a customer entrance on Washington Street for both entry and exit. And then down Worcester Street, we will have the ability to have employees and deliveries exit and enter away from Washington Street. As you can see in the picture, this is not reflective of what we plan to do. The neighborhood has told us, in the sense of the frosting of the windows, the neighborhood, when we met with them in March and April and May, multiple occasions, the biggest priority for majority of the people we spoke with from the neighborhood was not to frost the windows. They didn't want the neighborhood, they didn't want it deadened. So we actually, when we get to the floor plan, we'll discuss it. We came up with a way to execute that plan while still following the regulations of the Cannabis Control Commission, which do not allow people from the street to be able to see into the store where products are being sold. So other than that, this is an accurate representation, but there will not be any frosting of the Washington Street windows. We did offer the opportunity for anyone in the neighborhood, as we were meeting with the neighborhood groups, to come down and see the store in Marshfield. Some of the residents did take us up on that. We gave them a full tour so they could see our operation. And we plan to run our South End location very similar to our Marshfield location. It'll be very aesthetically pleasing, very professionally run, very safe, and very regulatorily compliant. And we are extremely excited about the opportunity this location provides when you couple it with the incredible people that we have working for us. Jasmine. So it's an existing 4-story building. We're obviously in the process with the ZBA for the variance for use. We have entered into a letter of intent with the owner of the property and for a 10-year lease. And we will, the lease is basically finalized. The only condition is obviously being approved by the Boston Cannabis Board for us to move forward with it. Jasmine. We think it's a great location. We are very excited about how easily accessible it is. Our location and our desire to pursue this location is based largely on the incredible volume of foot traffic in the area. We had been offered a few other possible locations over the past 18 months in Boston, and part of my job with the company is to kind of do the due diligence to see if they're worth pursuing. Seeing the location at 1679, the reason we went for it is just because of the foot traffic. This is not a store that we are proposing to drive customers to via their own vehicles. Obviously, there will be people driving to work. There'll be people driving to restaurants. There'll be people driving to other locations in the city. But the target demographic for us are people in the neighborhood who go about their business, either walking or public transport. And after doing our due diligence, we felt very comfortable moving forward just because of the heavy foot traffic and the other heavy foot traffic the other surrounding businesses get as well. Jasmine? We did engage after we met with the Boston Cannabis Board via email early on in the process and got the guidelines for buffer zones for both schools and other dispensaries. We engaged Merrill Engineering to provide us a site plan that shows these buffer zones measured out per the Boston Cannabis Board's guidelines for pedestrian access. We discovered that we were not in any buffer zone violations for either schools or other cannabis dispensaries, and we shared this with the Boston Cannabis Board early on in the process and included it within our application to inspectional services at 1010. Jasmine? For an operations overview, as Jasmine mentioned, we are going to, we're asking for the same hours that we have in Marshfield, 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. till 8 p.m. on Sunday. We will have 24/7 monitored security surveillance, ID verification for 21 plus to enter and purchase. Access control secure areas that where people who work there and are badged appropriately can access only, not the public. Secure vault storage, obviously, as required by the state, seed to sale, tracking. We will position, as we promised the neighborhood, a staff member outside on the sidewalk of Washington Street for as long as is necessary to make sure that there's no one double parking, to make sure that there's no one parking illegally in bus lanes or at fire hydrants, et cetera, and make sure that there's no issues on the, the Worcester Street area of our building as well. And we'll basically do what we did in Marshfield, which is we were able to go into a town that we were the first dispensary to open. Most of the other towns of the South Shore have banned it. It was there was a lot of unknown and a lot of there was a lot of hesitancy on people's willingness to accept this business in town. We are at a very high profile location. We have 46,000 cars a day drive by us. It's literally the first building you see when you enter Marshfield from Pembroke, and it has been incredibly smooth. There have been zero issues. We have been working very closely with the Marshfield Police and the other Marshfield municipal departments, and I think it's easy for me to say confidently that everyone in the town has been thrilled with the response to the store and how the store is managed and how the store operates, and we plan on doing a similar thing. If you're looking at the floor plan on the screen right now, you'll see on the right side where it says Washington Street, that will be the entrance and exit of the property. That area that we've created in the inside, that entryway, is what's going to allow us to not frost the windows because the wall will be frosted on the inside, so we'll still be able to keep the windows unfrosted. On the other side of the residential entrances, staircases you see on Washington Street, that will be an open office area, conference rooms, cubicles, so we will not be required to frost that because you'll not be able to see into the store from there. You can see as you walk into the store, you can come up to the point of sale area or that employee entrance into the vault area. We even have it set up so that our trash room is accessible from the alleyway, but is not accessible into the store for an additional security provision. And we've actually met with numerous residents of the building at 1679 in casual conversations as we've been at the site, and we have not heard any of the residents who live there complaining in any way. They're very supportive, so we're excited about that.
Ben, that is your 10 minutes if you want to just briefly wrap up.
Sure, if you could go, I think I only have one. On Jasmine's is not, we sent in another 34 letters of support since this one came in, and so we've had multiple meetings with the neighborhood, and we're very excited with how positive the reactions have been, and we're excited to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you. Stop sharing. All right, we will begin with questions and comments from the commissioners. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions?
I do. First, a comment. I'm going to leave some of the questions regarding your employment plan to the other commissioners. I think it's lacking details, but there are more expert people on the board. You talk a lot about your business in Marshfield. I would argue that this part of Boston is very different than Marshfield. You also talked about hiring locally, but then you talked about you're going to bring all your Marshfield people to Boston. So I want you to think through that, how it resonates with us as we're contemplating this application. My question for you, though, is you talk a lot about the support. Can you talk a little bit about the opposition? Where does it come from? What are their feelings? What are their fears? And what are you doing?
I don't know either.
Sorry, Chair.
Sure. And just to clarify, the positions we're talking about bringing from Marshfield are just senior leadership positions, general managers and the such. As far as the staffing goes, we'll be following the same protocol we followed in Marshfield for offering local residents the opportunity to apply before anyone else. In regards to opposition, I think the biggest thing we heard was the deactivation of the windows. People were very concerned about that, about having another building on Washington Street in the South End with the windows frosted. I know there's a school or a community building or something further up the road that has that done. And so when we first met with both the presidents of the civic associations, that was the first and foremost concern they had. And we've gone to great lengths to address that. I think we have successfully. I think one of the things that we're addressing the concern with is the plan to put the staff member outside on Washington Street for as long as necessary. I think a big concern was there is a bus lane right there, and they were worried about people parking in the bus lane so they could run into the store. So we have made that commitment to the neighborhood to do it. And other than that, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion around the mass and cast issue. But as I said on our public hearings, I don't consider those to be an apple to apple discussion. We're obviously very sensitive to the impact mass and cast has had on the neighborhood. But other than that discussion and concerns about the impacts that mass and cast situation has had on the South End already, we really, I think, addressed the two main concerns we had from people, which was people, double parking around the store and the deactivation of the windows.
Thank you. I defer to my other commissioners.
Commissioner Camacho?
Yes, Ben, thank you very much. Considering that cost of living in Boston is way higher than Marshfield, what is the starting wage?
It depends on your position, but most of our bud tenders start out in the $20 an hour range. Most of our, the security staff are somewhere between 18 and 20, and our inventory techs scale up a little bit depending on level of experience. So I would say it ranges somewhere between $18 to $22 an hour, depending on the position and level of experience. That's for our hourly, our hourly employees. We obviously have management level that's higher.
Okay, what is your plan to recruit local residents, and specifically in communities that have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs?
I think what we did in Marshfield worked so well. Our plan is to follow it. What we did in Marshfield was we posted the job through all the municipal postings available to us. Obviously, Boston has a lot more resources than a small South Shore town does as far as communicating that. And we held a job fair, and we basically just let people come in, see all the positions we had available, meet with our staff, our upper management who are in the industry, answer questions, and let people apply for those jobs. We made it very clear, obviously, that legally we have to open up the hiring to everyone, but we gave them first crack at both seeing the positions and meeting with our staff to hire. And the reason I think it was so successful is we ended up, our initial staff in December of 21, I think 30% of our staff came from those job fairs. So we plan to do the same thing as we get a kind of clearer window to opening. We'll enlist Kim from Office of Neighborhood Services, as well as obviously our other connections with the South Shore. I think Jay at Mike City Diner will be a great resource for us as far as getting into the neighborhood and making sure that they're all aware that we're offering these opportunities. We'll also obviously loop in the civic associations as well, so that it gets broadcast far and wide. And we'll provide those job fairs at convenient times for neighborhood residents to come and learn about the jobs. And if people are interested, they'll be given every opportunity to be successful in that pursuit.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Smith?
Thanks, Jasmine. Ben, right? Yeah.
Yes.
You say you prioritize diverse and inclusive hiring, not only in thought, but in standard practice. What does that look like in Marshfield?
I mean, I think what we try and do is we try and get away from the idea that who you know and what you might think your connections bring matters. I think what we've found with trying to be inclusive and be diverse is that when you truly step back and allow the best applicants to be the ones that you pursue, by definition, you end up with a more diverse staff. And on top of that, I think what we've really done is that we've empowered the people that work for us to make those decisions. My partners and I have said from the very beginning, we will not be involved in the hiring. Having a personal relationship with one of the owners of the company does not matter. We don't even know who's applied. We want our staff, which is led by a lot of people that are annoyingly young, Commissioner. I'll admit, they're very annoyingly young compared to me. I'm old, but they're smart. They're in the industry, and they understand the mandate behind legalization. They understand the priority and the sincerity that's required to honor that mandate. I mean, the legalization process occurred because of that mandate to, provide benefit to communities that were greatly impacted by the war on drugs. And I think most of our employees take that very seriously. They believe in cannabis. They believe in its positive impacts on people's health and well-being. And I think that they approach the hiring process in a similar manner. And Marshfield is not Boston. Diversity in Marshfield is a challenge, to say the least. But I think we've done as good a job as we possibly could. And I think when you talk with the leadership team that we have, that we're fortunate to have, they're overly excited about the opportunities to expand on that by being in a more urban setting.
What opportunities are you providing these employees?
We provide opportunities for advancement. I think most of our managers started out as, they started out very entry level, so to speak, on their positions. The woman who runs
and you said this. Sorry, you said the starting is like 16 or 8.
It ranges 18 to 22, depending on experience.
Okay.
So I think the biggest thing we provide is people's opportunity to grow. I mean, I think most of our senior supervisors and managers at our Marshfield location started out in entry-level positions. They were given, they're given community, they're given professional development, they're given training, they're giving knowledge and expertise so that they are able to move up and get more money and get more responsibility. And some of them obviously have left to go on to better jobs at other places, which is great. I think, I think the true testament to a well mentored person is their ability to get get themselves in an improved station, whether it's with you or with someone else. And our staff takes that very seriously. So I think that opportunity, and I think the opportunity to get into an emerging industry and to learn from experts. We don't say, if you don't know anything about cannabis, don't apply. What we are looking for are the right people that fit the model that we hold for our company, which is treating everyone with respect, being professional, and create an environment where people from, our average age in Marshfield ranges from 21 years old to 87 years old on a daily basis. So our goal is to have a staff that can adequately provide customer service to that wide range. And I think we do that. And I think we feel confident in our ability to replicate it in the South End.
How many employees do you have in Marshfield?
So you're asking me the questions that my team's going to kill me when they listen. I believe we have about 75.
75 employees.
75 employees that work in Marshfield on a day-to-day, on a weekly basis.
How many are you projecting for the South End?
Not many. I mean, I think our, I hope she's not listening because we haven't told her officially yet, but our assistant GM at Marshfield will be the general manager at the South End. And we have a couple other people that will be coming up. But other than that, we'll be hiring pretty much everyone new. Most of the people that work for us in Marshfield, it's convenient for them from a community location. But we also have a bunch of people, our director of compliance, our director of retail, who all kind of oversee all of our operations. And obviously they'll be involved with the South End as well as Marshfield. But most of our employees in Marshfield will stay in Marshfield, and we'll be hiring new employees in the South End. We expect we'll hire somewhere between 35 to 50 people.
35 to 50?
Yes, sir.
Is that all full-time or?
For the most part, I mean, we'll have some part-time, some full-time. It really depends on, people's schedules. We're open quite a few hours, as you saw our projected operating hours. So, it requires a lot of staff. I think what people grossly underestimate with cannabis is how much requirements there are in the inventory area. People in the vault, making sure that there's all the regulations are followed. So, but yeah, I would say of that, at Marshfield, I think we have about 75% are full-time, 25% are part-time. So I would expect the South End will be similar.
So you're bringing your management team from Marshfield, but you're hiring.
Yeah, we're bringing our general manager from Marshfield, and then we have some people that are considered above the general manager level that will oversee both stores. But really, I would say the only person of real consequence that currently works in Marshfield is the assistant GM who would come over and be the GM. Other than that, we'll be staffing all new.
And what's your supplier diversity like? Do you have that? Your program?
I think the last time my director of retail told me, I think we have you're talking about our product supply, correct?
Yes.
I think we buy from 140 different vendors in Marshfield. So I think one of the things that we're known for in our Marshfield location is the quality of our menu. My partner, Luke, is a little OCD when it comes to that. And so we staff appropriately so that we can source everything and provide people what they want. Cannabis is obviously a tricky industry with the taxation levels, et cetera. So you really have to make sure you don't buy things that people aren't going to buy. But we focus very heavily on our menu and making sure that people are finding what they want when they come to the store.
What does that look like through your DEI lens?
I mean, there's so many different cannabis products now. So, I mean, we sell, I think, 3.5 or 4% of all the beverages that are sold in the state out of our Marshall location.
But I'm talking about, so I asked about the supplier diversity, you gave me a number. So I'm saying, how many of them through this practice that you say of DEI that you are BIPOC or that you're getting, that you're getting your products from?
I mean, it's almost every provider in the state. I mean, all the wholesalers in the state, we basically are shopping with. I don't think there's any, with 140 different vendors, it's pretty widespread. So it'd be hard to throw a rock in a room full of wholesalers, not hit a few that we buy from.
So it was, some of them maybe, right?
Yeah, I would say that our biggest priority with purchasing is based on the quality of the product we're buying, because once we take it into our store and we accept it, it's ours as far as the public is concerned. So, we've been very careful about working with people who show a high level of dedication to their craft and, providing a variety of products. So I think we work with a lot of great companies, some small, some big.
I'd like to know that though. Like what?
Sure, I can get you that list.
What's your supply diversity mix like? Yeah,
absolutely.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
I do. Okay, so my question, of course, everybody knows, is surrounding security. The area is pretty close to Mass and Cass. I wouldn't say it's right in the eye shot, but it is pretty close. And on your other side of Blackstone Park, you have a Salvation Army shelter. And then a few blocks across from that, you have the Salvation Army Boys Club as well as the Blackstone School. So, and you have a big homeless population that hangs in Blackstone Park. So one person at your door isn't going to be able to handle all of this. So what other measures, except for what the CCC tells you, you have to have cameras, 1,000 of them, we know all that. What other sources are you going to use to mitigate some of this traffic that you are going to have in this area just based on its location?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think first and foremost, we're going to rely on the expertise of the people we hire. The people that work for us are coming to us from urban areas where they're facing similar populations and similar challenges on a daily basis. Cannabis is a relatively new industry, but we didn't open our store until 2021, so there were operations going on for a few years. Our senior director of retail comes to us from Worcester and has dealt with this kind of environment. Two of our most senior employees, they both started at Netta in Brookline when it opened, and I'm sure you remember the news about what Netta was like when it first opened. It was one of the only two in the state in Brookline. So, I think our professional experiences is first and foremost, because we are provided with multitude of resources, as you said. We not only have cameras, we have panic buttons, we have access to notify people if there's issues. And for us, the positive is that you really cannot get in the store. And we're not like another retail, as you know, a retail business where you can kind of walk through the door and then it's a problem in the store environment. And I understand your question is specific to the exterior of the property. And I think what we will be doing there is what we do in Marshfield, which is a different population, but still the regulations remain the same. And that's to be proactive. I think we will have policies and procedures in place to deal with every situation. What I can tell you about the amazing staff we have is that they love to write SOPs, standard operating procedures. And anytime an incident occurs, if we don't have a standard operating procedure for it, our chief of staff, Andrew Barone, will be writing one 5 minutes after the incident ends. So I think there is a lot of stuff that you can't plan for. But that said, I do think you can plan for a lot of things, and you can have procedures in place so that people remain calm, cool, and collected in how they address it. One of the things that I've told all the neighborhood associations in private and in public during meetings is that if there are things that are happening that we don't know about, we want to know about them. I mean, I've posted my cell phone number in all of our chats with all of the neighborhoods, because if something's happening 2 or 3 blocks away that can be directly tied to our business operation, we want the community to let us know so we can do our best to address it. But that being said, as you know, Commissioner, there's only so much that one store can do. and one operator can do. And the reason I feel optimistic about this location is because there's a business just up the block from us that sees, in our best case scenario, twice the foot traffic a day that we'll see. And they do not have, from what I've heard, at least from what I've heard, of any major issues with people going in and out. And they do not have that level of security at the door. So I think if a store like Flower can have over 1,000 people a day walking in and out of their door 2 blocks away from us, I feel confident that we can manage the exterior in a way that the community will find it to be not well above adequate and acceptable. But I mean, there will be challenges, of course, and we'll address those as they come.
Don't mind my sarcasm, but Flower is a bakery, you're a dispensary, 2 totally different clientele. So what are you going
I guess the joke might be they're very similar.
Not finished. What are you going to do as far as IDs? How is your security system working at the door? How are you IDing your customers? What are you requiring from them to enter? Those are the things. So apparently you're not working with a security consultant team.
No, we do our security in-house. So when you want, as I showed the floor plan.
And what is their qualifications?
They've been everyone that works for us has been working in cannabis under the Cannabis Control Commission's guidelines for multiple years.
Okay.
So in order to enter the store, you'll come into the secure entry area. That's the only part of the store you'll be able to access. You'll provide your ID. The Cannabis Control Commission's regulations do afford us the right to refuse entry to anybody if our staff deems it to be not appropriate for them to enter. So, if somebody is obviously impacted by whatever substance, or if they're having a hard time for any way, shape, or form, they're not going to get into the store. They might get into the entry area. We scan their ID through those machines that now can tell us if it's a fake or not, and et cetera. And then they still need to present an ID a second time at the counter when they make their purchase. We streamline our customer flow so that people are coming into the store and going, they're going right to the point of sale area. They're speaking with one of our professionals about what they want to order. What we've found in Marshfield is that a majority of our customers are ordering online prior to coming into the store. They're coming to the store to pick it up. I don't think cannabis has evolved into kind of like that boutique shopping thing that a lot of people thought it would be, like Newbury Street. I think it's a lot of people that are putting an order in on their phone and then coming to pick it up. Our average online order spends about a minute and a half in the store. Our average customer spends about 3 to 4 minutes in the store. So it gives us the opportunity to really handle crowd control and customer flow, because we don't have, in Marshfield, for example, we see on average 500 people a day. And if you came down to the store tomorrow and walked in, you might look at me and say, "You're lying. You didn't see 500 people today because there's no one in here." It's just, we're open enough hours and there's enough flow that it doesn't really get bogged down. And I think that allows us to handle the situations you're talking about, because we don't have a gaggle of people that kind of sitting in the middle of the storefront.
Well, Marshfield and Boston, and particularly your location, are 3 totally different. And I said 3 because Boston, Marshfield, and that location are 3 totally different animals. So I would suggest that you do a little more, not a little more because you have nothing. I think you need to do a really robust security detailed plan about how you're going to you have nothing in here about the transfer of money. Nothing about your transfer of supply. How's it coming? Where's it coming? So you really need to add to your security plan, because right now it is seriously lacking.
Okay.
So that's something that's something you can additionally submit to us.
Okay.
But you don't really have anything there.
Well, as you said at the beginning, Commissioner, I think the understanding here is that we will be complying with all the CCC's regulations.
We don't rely on the understanding. We need to see it in writing, and that could have been your intention. That's why I'm saying you have all this stuff, but just submit it to us. Submit it to us before next week.
Sure.
So we can actually see it.
I'll make sure I will make sure we go over the security plan we submitted, and we will add to it to make sure it's more robust.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other comments from the commissioners? No, we will move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representative.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kim Crucioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to defer to the board on this matter. We held our statutory community meeting in June of 2023, which was widely attended by the community. The major concerns from abutters were mainly about the location, including proximity to Mass and Cass, nearby schools and other proposal dispensaries in the area. There were also concerns about overall safety in the area and about traffic. Our office has received over 50 letters of opposition and 4 in support. We also received a letter of opposition from the Worcester Square Area Neighborhood Association, which would be the host civic in the area. Again, we'd like to defer to the board's judgment. Thank you.
Are there any other elected officials or their representatives? All right, seeing no one.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council at large, Michael Flaherty, echoing the opposition that was reiterated by the mayor's office. Council Flaherty in opposition.
I'm sorry, what did he say? They oppose it or couldn't hear him?
Yeah, Paul, can you just repeat that? You kind of were my fault. I believe it was opposition, but just.
Yes, sorry, Council Flaherty's on record. I would like to go on record in opposition.
Thank you. Any other elected officials or their representative? All right, we'll move to those who signed up via the chat.
Thank you, Jasmine. Marion Leitner, if you are available, you can proceed. Please state your name and address once again for the record before you speak.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marion Leitner. I'm a resident at 21 Worcester Street. I live within 50 feet of the proposed front door and within 20 feet of the side entrance where deliveries and kind of all back-end operations will be. I know that time is narrow and that there are other people who want to speak, but I think just my 4 points that I'd really like to make real quickly is first, this is a very narrow road. And I do think that particularly with given that the pickup business that is being requested for this zoning, double parking is going to be a major issue for this particular location. And I do think a traffic study makes a lot of sense here. Or I would suggest that appointment only be considered in the business model. This was something that we'd raised previously, but has not been taken into account by the applicant. The second piece would just be kind of lack of community engagement. The public meeting for abutters, there was a lot of misinformation that was actually circulated, and there was no presentation that was actually given to the people who attended to this. We requested a follow-up meeting so that more people could attend, and that was not organized, and nor was additional follow-up information provided. The third piece is, in our experience in engaging on the topic of D&I, it really hasn't been sincere, and that is just fully exemplified again by the lack of specific examples of wholesalers or suppliers. Not a single example has been cited, which is really shocking to me, given that we all know the kind of way that this kind of wholesaler businesses have developed in the state. You really have to look at this with a specific lens. And I'll just say again, like I took screenshots of the specific study that was done that he just shared about the location of the school, in particular, the Hurley School. And I think there is some kind of, I would ask that another independent study be done on this, because individual community studies that have been conducted on this don't line up with these numbers. And so I just,
that is your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Marion. Wendy Deal, if you're available, you can speak. How about David Waldman?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Waldman. I'm a resident at 21 Worcester Street as well. Been a resident of the South End for the better part of a decade. I'd also like to comment on, I appreciate the applicant citing their experience in Marshfield and that being what they bring. The South End is very different than Marshfield. Their Marshfield location has over 50 parking spots and is in an industrial area that is not a heavy residential location. It is surrounded by a Popeyes, public storage, and auto dealership. So the type of representative community that they are serving is fundamentally very different. Speaking to the community engagement, I am in a butter. We found out about the June 26th meeting on the day of. I know there have been issues, but the actual location shown in every abutter's home was on the wrong location and represented a dispensary on Albany Street. I recognize that might have been a mistake. We repeatedly asked for a second meeting to properly engage the community. No meeting was then scheduled. There was no follow-up to come and meet with members of the abutters who had sought that. We also sought to really better understand the business model and the requests there, and were not engaged properly as part of that process. Following on the business model, the hours that are proposed in that work in an industrial area in Marshfield are not appropriate for the South End. Running a delivery service down residential Worcester Street, which is lined with families with young children, is not applicable or appropriate, and I would request that there be a traffic study done as there have been done in other dispensary areas. My final point is security. That very building had a window shattered within the last week in the exact area where that will be. I walk down the Deacon Alley and stand on my back porch, and I have seen and collected needles in the area and have young children that are impacted by that. I strongly think that one single individual cannot police and provide the necessary security for the community, and respectfully request that someone who is more engaged in the community be considered for this location. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Michelle George, if I said your last name wrong, I am very sorry. If you're available, you can speak. Okay. How about Anthony DeBona?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tony DeBona. I live at 2 Cumston Street with my wife Janice. We're about 1/10 of a mile from the proposed location. We're generally in opposition to the application, primarily because of the unintended consequences to the community, already beset, as folks have said, from related issues, especially those spilling over from Mass and Cass. If the approval is granted, we think it could be mitigated. These risks can be mitigated somewhat by a couple of things. One is the hours we feel are much too long. This area gets very quiet in the evening. You mentioned Flower. Flower, I think, closes at 7. Mike's closes at 2. It's really quiet at that hour. And the last thing we need is people coming from all over the city, some undesirable areas, and just generally increased traffic and commotion at that hour of the night. We're also very concerned about security. We think a Boston police detail should be assigned at this location for all hours of operation, obviously paid for by the proprietor. Perhaps an armed security like they have at Walgreens, but only one that's appropriately approved by the Boston Police Department. Security is a real issue. So thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Mark Rees, if you are available, you can proceed.
Yes, it's Mark Reyes.
Thank you, Mark.
That's okay, thank you. So I'm calling on behalf of myself and my partner who lives at 33 Worcester. And I want to state that the location for this proposed site is particularly inappropriate. It has issues on 3 sides, which various speakers have already stated. The presenter admitted that the target demographic here is foot traffic. And although you can't see Mass and Cass, it is about 4 blocks away from this location. And that foot traffic is going to draw elements from that area into the quiet residential area of the South End. In addition, even though it might technically not be within the buffer zone, Hurley Elementary School, if it's not within 500 feet, it is just over 500 feet, which is another basis why it's completely inappropriate to put a dispensary in this location. And then last, in a different direction, is the shelter, which was referenced earlier by one of the commissioners. So it is right in the middle of 3 places that make this particular site inappropriate. Each of them independently would make this site inappropriate, but together they make it totally inappropriate. Thank you.
That concludes everyone who signed up online. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this proposal?
I would like to add something. I signed up a bit late.
Oh, okay. Please state your name and address.
Yeah, sure. This is Daniel Lici, and my address is 21 Worcester Street. I think just to wrap up on that Hurley School note, now that we've seen the map of how the store will be set, I think there's a clear evidence that there's going to be a door facing Worcester Street. My understanding is that the way it was measured on how the 500-foot distance was avoided is that it's door to door. If we actually consider, based on the Boston Cannabis Board rules and regulations, it clearly states that it should be measured from the edge of the playground or school to the nearest point of the building, and that would likely be within the 500 yards. So I think, I'm sorry, 500 foot. Additionally, there's more language on how, when it's a school or daycare, this 500-foot distance should never be overseen. So I would just recommend that there's, I guess, more attention paid to how this is measured, and potentially measure again, considering where the foot traffic is going to be and how it is within the 500-foot distance, if considering the edge-to-edge note.
Okay, thank you. So that officially concludes everyone that signed up online.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to provide testimony?
I know that there were a number of people that intended to be on this call, but just because of when
Yep.
we're unable to stay for the whole time.
Got it.
Could I say one thing?
Oh, sorry.
Jasmine, I was wondering, could I just quickly say one thing?
Sure. Are you giving testimony, or are you part of the?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and address.
Sorry, I did not sign up. I apologize. I'm Tyrone Sayers from 13 Worcester Square. I've lived here since 2005. I think everyone's made really great points. I am really concerned about the traffic in particular, traffic security, character of the neighborhood. I am especially concerned about traffic. I've been hit in the crosswalk, crossing Washington Street to the store at least once, and grazed by a panel van of an out-of-town driver who was either looking at their phone or their radio. And I've had to jump out of the way multiple times. I think the reality of this location, which is just a block and a half, 2 blocks off Mass Ave, given the traffic and the construction in the city and the bike lanes that have been added to Tremont Street, Washington Street is now a wide open major thoroughfare, and people with their Waze and their Google Maps are taking shortcuts every single day, people unfamiliar with the neighborhood. I'm really concerned that there really is no concrete data that says sort of the geography, the diameter, the distance, whatever you want to call it, people are coming to the store, how they're getting here, if it's by car, if it's by public transportation. There's absolutely no concrete data that sort of speaks to that. I take my life in my hands every time I cross the street. I've talked to the crossing guard from the Hurley School who's there, who only escorts children, won't escort elderly people. She's been almost hit multiple times. You can't tell me that this isn't going to be a magnet for out-of-town traffic coming off 93, maybe people going in and out of the city to their jobs, going home, who are going to come to our neighborhood, who aren't familiar with it, pull off Washington Street, and it will result in an accident, injury, or death. It absolutely will. Unless someone can show me some data that says where the patrons of this business are coming from, how far they're coming from, how they're getting here, I'm bracing myself for the day there's going to be a problem. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. I know you've heard enough. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Is there anyone else that would like to provide testimony? All right, seeing no one, the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Is it
possible to add one more person's testimony? I'm sorry, I'm in the car and trying to unmute myself.
Sure.
All right, my name is Ethel Bullitt. I'm at 1690 Washington Street, and I just wanted to add my voice to the group of people who are registering their opposition. Again, while according to some measurements, the dispensary may be outside of the buffer zone for the Hurley School, it is hardly within the spirit of the law for a dispensary to be visible from the entrance of an elementary school. And this is a school where actually it goes up through middle school, and that's an age where we really, really worry about children beginning their cannabis use. In addition, I agree with my colleagues here who are all registering their concern about traffic. Again, 30 to 50 employees coming in full time. The parking situation in the neighborhood is simply not sufficient for the employees, let alone the volume of customers that the applicant is hoping for. And then finally, obviously, the concern about proximity to mass and CAS. We are already in the midst of a substance abuse epidemic in our neighborhood. It hardly makes sense to add more substances to the mix at this point. Thank you very much for the consideration.
Thank you.
I'm glad you jumped in. This is Ben Howe. I'd love to add my testimony too, if I could. I'm just getting off another call. Apologies for not jumping in sooner.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. My family and I live at 37 East Concord Street. I've been at that location for over a decade and been in the South End for over 2 decades. And we are very opposed to this for a number of reasons, but the one that is most clear from our perspective is this side door that's going to be used for all of the delivery business. And Ben has said multiple times that delivery business is going to be a huge part of this location's overall business. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The side door is on a quiet residential street where there are a bunch of families, and we've heard from some of them today. From a traffic perspective and a safety perspective, it's just clearly not a place to be running a cannabis delivery business. You can run a cannabis delivery business from anywhere. Why do it in the middle of our quiet residential neighborhood? I will reiterate what other folks have said around the spirit of the law with the 500-foot rule. I think if we ran it, I was there when they were doing these measurements. I think they came to something like 510 maybe. If we were to go with the spirit of the law there, it's clear that the Commonwealth believes that these things should not be so close to schools, and certainly shouldn't be so close to all of these young families like my own trying to raise our kids here in this residential corner of Boston, where we're already dealing with so much with mass and CAS. Thank you for letting me jump in, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. And I apologize, Ben, I didn't give you a chance to wrap up if you want to say any last comments, as I did the last applicant. So if you want to.
No problem at all, Jasmine. And it's been a long afternoon. And we appreciate the board's time. We will get that list of wholesalers over to the commissioners, as well as augmenting the security plan that we previously submitted, and send that over as well via email this week. And we really appreciate the time and the job that you guys do. After watching today, it's definitely not easy. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And the board will take this matter under advisement. All right. Moving to the next applicant is TGLD3 Inc., DBA The Green Lady Dispensary. The proposed license premise is 130 to 132 Boylston Street, downtown. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license. The proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. This is a non-equity applicant. The initial application was filed February 20th, 2023. They filed with Inspectional Services February 20th, 2023, and the community meeting was held on June 13th, 2023. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
Good afternoon, Ms. Nguyen, Chairwoman Joyce, members of the board, Leslie Delaney Hawkins, the law firm of Prince Lobel, on behalf of the applicant. With me today is my colleague Jen Flanagan, who will be participating in the presentation, as well as the owners of the applicant entity. May I share my screen?
You may.
Thank you. And just to confirm, can you actually see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very much. So again, we greatly appreciate your time. We know that
Piggy ears and what?
I think someone is, oh, there we go. We greatly appreciate your time. We're here today on behalf of TGLD Inc., doing business as the Green Lady Dispensary, which is proposed for 130 Boylston Street. The applicant is actually a family and minority owned entity. And with me today is Nicole Campbell, Rupert Campbell, Leantha Campbell, and Corbett Campbell, who are all involved hands-on in the operation of the business. Presently, the applicant operates a vertically integrated establishment on Nantucket, as well as a dispensary in Newton that has just commenced operations. Obviously, Boston is a very different neighborhood to be operating in, and we're very excited to be putting this proposal before you today. So we'll jump right into it. As a minority and woman-owned business, diversity and inclusion is of the utmost importance to this team. As you can see, we've detailed out some of the goals that we are looking to achieve in terms of both the employment process as well as the positive community impact. Again, we're trying to be realistic as opposed to just aspirational. We are aiming to be 50% of our employees residing in Boston, 30% identifying as minorities or immigrants, 50% as women or non-binary, and a goal of at least 10% of individuals being those with a nonviolent drug-related story. And to that end, we've actually partnered with the Office of Returning Citizens, not only to work on recruitment efforts, but also to engage in a series of clinics where we're looking to partner with other establishments and other folks in the industry to actually provide training in the skills that are necessary to operate within the cannabis industry. We're also dedicating a minimum of 20% of our shelf space to other distributors that identify as either women, minority, equity, or veteran-owned businesses. And we're partnering with local organizations. So moving on to site suitability. This proposed site is actually a vacant commercial space in a mixed-use building located directly across from the Boston Common. It is actually 3 stories at the lower level of the building. The space complies with the school buffer zone requirements as well as the half-mile buffer zone.
Excuse me, Leslie, would you mind speaking up a little bit? You sound very far away from the microphone for some reason to me.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah. Thank you.
So apologies, as I was stating, this site is compliant with both the school buffer zone and the half-mile buffer zone. It's located directly across from the Boston Common. There is no other establishment within a half-mile. One of the appealing items with this space is that it is very accessible by public transit. We're very close to various MBTA stops, as well as numerous private parking lots should individuals be looking to travel by car here. Although we really do believe that the vast majority of our clientele is going to come on foot or by public transportation. We're also going to be paying for our employees' public transportation as we do at our other locations. This slide simply gives you an idea of the density of other existing businesses in the area. One of the things that we've heard repeatedly is the question over density or saturation in the market. This provides an idea of the density of coffee shops, liquor licenses, and then cannabis licenses. And as you can see from the overlay, while there are certainly neighborhoods in the city that have more cannabis establishments than other neighborhoods, this is not one. At the financial district, certain areas in the Back Bay have multiple establishments, which is also reflected in the number of liquor licenses or other businesses. But in this instance, there are no cannabis establishments that have been approved within a half-mile. And we think that this would actually be meeting a public need that's not currently being met, especially given that this ward and precinct voted overwhelmingly to support the legalization of cannabis. Turning to the facility, this is unique in that there are 3 levels at the lower level of the building that will be utilized by this tenant should we be approved. Entry will be handled at the middle level, and you can see from the yellow circle and the red X, that is where patrons will enter the establishment. There will be a dedicated security individual there who will handle both the screening of patrons and the initial checking of IDs, both visually and with the scanner, and then we'll direct patrons to either that area of the sales floor or the upper area, depending on what the current capacity is. There's also approximately 172 square feet of area at this level for queuing, so that there will be no queuing on the public way. So the second and third floors essentially are where the cannabis sales and the public facing space are located. And the lower floor is where the vault is located, office, back of house, as well as where deliveries will be received. With that, I'm going to ask my colleague Jen Flanagan if she can address the next 2 slides, please.
Sure. So one of the most important concepts to the Campbell family is certainly as they seek to open up another dispensary is to prevent the youth use and diversion. They have a demonstrated history of preventing diversion and underage sales in communities with high tourist and student populations, given one of their other locations is on the island, which is a highly tourist area. The proposed site is in an area with numerous other age-restricted facilities, including beer gardens and the like. And so understanding that the proximity to certain facilities in downtown Boston, really we can see additional foot traffic for those that are underage youth. The security team has really gone above and beyond with regards to ID verification. As you know, with the CCC regulations, which I helped crafted in 2017, one of the things we wanted to really stress upon was the fact that you had multiple touches or multiple looks at a person's ID. And you're not just relying on the scanned part of an ID, but rather people have to physically look at each other and make sure that they can confirm the person standing in front of them is the person's ID who they have. So a visual scan will be completed by an agent in the entry vestibule. All out-of-state IDs require a backup verification, which has a photo on it. So the person will be required to have 2 photo IDs with them. And then the VeriScan Use-It registration, which is the database that scans all state government IDs. So it really ensures that it's the person's in the database and that they are an actual person. We know all too often the fake IDs can be highly technologically advanced, and the team at the Green Lady wants to make sure that only people who are above 21 years of age or older are getting into the facility. Again, a visual scan occurs during the transaction. So some people like to compare cannabis to alcohol. It's almost as if you're walking into a bar, the bouncer sees the ID, you go to the bar, the bartender can look at it. Same thing with this. Someone's checking it at the door, which is the security team, and then the bud tender is also looking at it at the point of transaction. The VeriScan does create a list of banned and underage customers so that they cannot bypass anyone working a particular shift or someone working on a particular day. I think the goal, given the fact that legalization happened here in Massachusetts through a ballot question, upholding the will of the voters, while also having to cite in places that are close to college campuses or places where people are under 21, this is really an advanced way so that you can co-locate in the same areas. Leslie. And one of the other things that's really important to this establishment is community outreach. There were 2 open houses held on site with 10 attendees. There were neighborhood canvassing of local businesses and residences that we presented before the Midtown Park Plaza Neighborhood Association and the Downtown Boston Residents Association. We met with the Downtown Boston Business Improvement District, and also understand that there are social service agencies in downtown Boston. We reached out and we're very adamant about wanting to talk to people in those social service agencies, understanding that sometimes the location of these facilities don't exactly coincide with the services being provided by social service agencies. We wanted to engage in that back and forth, but unfortunately we did not receive any feedback or any communication from the social services agencies that we reached out to. We did reach out to Bridge Over Troubled Waters, Ostagai Recovery High School, and the St. Francis House. 89 letters of support were obtained from Boston residents. And I'm sure those have been put into the record. But again, this is a facility and this is a family who is really looking to engage and be part of the community where they're looking to site on Boylston Street.
Thank you, Jen. And I apologize. I hope that I'm slightly more audible. At the end of the day, we believe that this applicant, this site, and this proposal has the potential to be a net positive for this neighborhood and not a negative. This is a group that has a great track record where they have been operating, keeping in mind that obviously the challenges that you face operating in downtown Boston are very different than the challenges that
You are at your 10 minutes if you want to just wrap up.
thank you, Ms. Nguyen, that you would face anywhere else. And we're looking to be a partner. We're looking to continue conversations. And one final thing I will note, in addition to purchasing the commercial unit, which is those 3 lower levels, the applicant is also in talk should we receive ultimate approval to purchase the residential unit above where Leantha and her husband, who will be the managers on site, will be living. So in addition to managing the space, they will be living directly above it. And with that, thank you, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will begin with questions, comments from the commissioners, beginning with Chairwoman Joyce.
Thank you. I just want to go over a few things from your presentation. Your floor plan, you have a yellow circle around the entrance and then a red X. And then it has a gray area that says adjacent tenant. Is that Emerson College?
No, that is a tenant within the building. Emerson College does not have any space within this physical premise.
Okay, so the common egress in the back, who's that for?
That is for all of the various, because there's both the commercial space and then residential above. That is for the use by all of the tenants, but will not be used for the transportation or storage of cannabis in any way.
Okay, so you said that one of the things that attracted you to this location was its accessibility to public transportation. You just said that in your presentation. How do you're literally on a college campus. Was that on purpose? Was that part of the design? Like, we want to be right in the middle of a college campus. Was that seen as a positive or was that seen as a negative in your business decision?
So technically, we understand that we are adjacent to Emerson. It is not part of their campus. It is one of their off housing facilities. We're not downplaying the significance of that whatsoever.
Okay, so I'm just looking at a picture that I received. I see there's a residence hall, there's Emerson Gymnasium, Emerson Engagement Lab, Emerson Apartments, Emerson Resident Hall again behind you, Emerson Classrooms, Emerson Conference Space, the Dining Center, in the Boylston Public Alley that Emerson students use. You're literally in the middle of Emerson. So how did you balance that, like public transportation, foot traffic, college students? What was the thinking there? Maybe the client can talk about, you know, what was so attractive to them about this site and how, because I just think Nantucket tourists are a lot different than college students and the risks you're taking should there be a diversion issue. You're literally dealing with a population that's mostly under 21 and lots of international students, and it could be risking their status should they be caught with marijuana. So if you could just kind of talk to me, maybe the client could talk a little bit about what their thinking was.
Absolutely. And let me just, from a high level perspective, that I'm going to ask Nicole and her team to speak to it. Obviously, cannabis is illegal on a college campus. We are aware of that. This is not, and we understand that we are adjacent, but it is, I just want to be very clear from a legal perspective, this is not technically a college campus, so we are in no way in violation of any law. So
I'm not saying you're in violation. I'm just saying, I'm looking at a map. You're literally amongst, I mean, that's not a legal definition either. You're surrounded by, that's not a definition either. For, you know, we could sit here and tease the word out. You're next to Emerson buildings.
And we're absolutely not arguing with that in any way. Nicole, do you want to speak to why this specific site was the one you selected?
Yes, thank you for giving us opportunity to speak to all of you. My daughter, Clea, who's on the call, and her fiance, Vincent, had spent a lot of time searching for communities in Boston to have our location. We're looking for an area where there's people who live, who walk, who eat, who enjoy themselves. We originally found a location over near Copley Square. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that exactly correct. And so we had settled on a location there, and we were about to sign an LOI on that location. And then another cannabis company came in and, and put themselves in there. So being mindful of being away, being a half a mile away from other cannabis companies, we had to expand our circle of searching. And there's a lot of things that block cannabis companies from going into different neighborhoods. So after Copley and not working out with that and looking kind of in that area, we just radiated out. And this was a place that we found. There's tons of hurdles. For example, a big one is there's a lot of building owners that simply will not lease or sell to cannabis companies. Or if they will lease or sell to cannabis companies, they really just want to gouge them with ridiculous pricing. So we did not intentionally go here because Emerson is there. I know that they have great concerns. I feel, though, that if you look at the population density maps, that their students don't represent a significant portion of the overall population in the area. And definitely, we have no interest in selling anything to anybody under the age of 21. So we kind of ended up at this location. It was not our original location. It was an alternate backup spot.
And if I could add something, I spent a lot of time there, like talking to the community. And although, of course, there were students walking by, which before speaking to anyone, I made sure they were over 21, because obviously if there are students under 21, they shouldn't be a part of this conversation. And a lot of people walking by were like tourists, people who work in the neighborhood, people who are walking through the park. It just seemed like, when I was speaking with the community, that there is more than just Emerson. And like my mom said, we're not trying to target college students. That's just not our intention.
Okay, my last question is just also in your presentation today, you talked about your community outreach and how important that was to you. I understand I actually watched a community meeting. I understand there's opposition, but how do you balance your emphasis on community outreach with the feedback you got, which was mostly opposition at those meetings? Like in your head, when you're trying to make a business decision, geez, we had so much opposition, but we're going to keep forcing this on the community, and your emphasis on community outreach.
So I think, first of all, that's a great question. We're not forcing anything on anyone, right? That's why this process exists. That's why we're going through it. That's why we're proactive in meeting with, or at least asking to meet with multiple either neighborhood associations, elected officials, entities, and stakeholders. I think that there is a misconception about the impact of cannabis. Again, Emerson is co-sponsoring a beer garden directly across the street, which is also an age-restricted product. We have not seen any sort of diversion of products in the city of Boston. We have actually very rarely in the entire Commonwealth, because of how highly regulated this is, seen it. And it actually just asked Jen very briefly, because she was one of the people who, when she was on the CCC, was creating these laws. If she could just touch on that briefly.
I think one of the things that, if I've learned anything since the ballot question in 2016 about the industry of cannabis, is that it is an ever evolving conversation. And so I will tell you that, as a former state senator from Massachusetts, I voted against question 4 when the governor asked me to serve on the Cannabis Commission as the public health appointee, given my work in mental health and addiction. I said yes, telling him that I was very concerned about diversion. I was very concerned about what was going to happen to social service agencies, and was going to be very tough on the regulations that we created the big part of it is that communities weren't necessarily prepared for the ballot question to be executed. And as we went around the Commonwealth in the first year or so, I went with Commissioner Doyle around the Commonwealth, we really learned that local officials needed a better understanding of what exactly was passed in the ballot question. How does this affect Main Street? And if you go back and look at any of the committee meetings that I was a part of, I always said it mattered about what Main Street looked like, what happens to communities. And, you know, coming from Central Mass, we're always compared to 495 in Boston and being forgotten and all that. Looking at cannabis on Main Street was really important, which is why I think engaging with social service agencies, while we may be on separate sides of the aisle when it comes to the conversation, is really important, because understanding where they're coming from, knowing the clientele that they're serving, what kind of services they're providing is really important to this. So the community outreach that we've done, including to Emerson, I mean, Emerson has a job to do. They have students on campus. There's a majority of them are under 21 years old. We understand that everyone has to come from where their population that they're serving is, but at the same time, the will of the voters told the Commonwealth to figure this out. And I think that's really where being part of the CCC, having been a part of the Senate when we passed the law, this conversation is still evolving. You look at what the industry's like today and what the CCC is going through with reg changes, we're still evolving. And so while people may get heated in the height of the conversation, the reality is we're just trying to balance that. Boston is difficult. There are buffer zones. There are certain places you can't go, but none of it's personal. It's everyone trying to do their job together. And I think that the proposal we have before you today really encompasses that. It works with the buffer zones. It's making sure that there's no diversion to people under 21. It's ensuring that there's a community outreach. I mean, reaching out to Bridge Over Troubled Waters, trying to talk to Ostagai High School, making sure that St. Francis House knows that we have an open door. That was really important to our conversation. And unfortunately, we didn't get that to happen, but we're still willing to have those conversations. And the same with Emerson. We've offered to meet with people from Emerson and have those sit down, difficult conversations to find a meeting in the middle. It's difficult to do this. And I understand that, because as we were writing the regs the first time around, we wanted to make sure these places were safe and that kids weren't going to get the products, but that consumers were educated and that they had the opportunity to make the decisions for themselves. So this proposal, I truly believe we've reached out to multiple agencies in Boston, you know, and really I'm excited about the opportunity to work with the Office of Returning Citizens on the plan they have to train people to get jobs they wouldn't have otherwise been able to get.
I think I'm just going to state for the record, I would imagine the reason why you're not getting a response from these places is that they see the negative effects of cannabis and they don't want you that close to the people that they serve. I think we've run into that with Bridge Over Troubled Waters, Ostagai High School, with other places. They literally are spending all of their budget and their money to help people recover from things that started off as, you know, probably started off as cannabis use. So, I mean, that's just, I know you tried.
It's expected. I mean, it's expected.
I don't think the result would have been different. I don't think you could have tried any harder. Those are your neighbors, just like Emerson's your neighbor.
Yeah.
Emerson's, like, we can go back and forth and tease out the vocabulary here, but, you know, we're hearing that this will have real consequences for Emerson, and you're literally in the middle of I'm going to call it their campus, their urban campus. So we can disagree on the vernacular there, but I just was curious what the mindset was, and your client answered it. They were going for another location. It fell through and they ended up here. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Jasmine. Can you give me a sense of how many people you're, again, hiring? Like, how many people are working in Nantucket? How many are you thinking of hiring here?
So I believe we're looking at between 20 and 30 employees. I would defer to Nicole and Leantha on what they're employing in the other spaces, but we're looking at between 20 and 30 individuals, a mix of full and part-time with a priority on full-time.
Okay, you said you have a commitment to living wage. What is that?
Currently, our minimum, this is above, the other establishments are above the minimum, the living wage with a minimum of $18 an hour as a starting salary.
As starting,
Correct.
couple other things. I hear that the location, and yeah, I know in Boston we have these urban campuses, so just from being in that, actually the place across the street, there are a lot of students who walk around there. So I'm not going to get into the whole whether you're on the campus or at the campus or whatever. But there's an alley that has like a lot of clubs that young people come to, and do you think that has any impact?
Well, I think because of knowing what those establishments are, and as you said, Commissioner, they are clubs, the hours of operation are very different. Those clubs are also 21 plus, just like a cannabis establishment. So again, this is why we put in place safeguards, just like any bar or restaurant or club does as well. And that's why one of the requirements that we've put in place is for, in addition to scanning the ID, visually inspecting the ID, if it is an out-of-state ID, requiring not just backup with a picture ID, because obviously, as this board knows, it is very easy to get a fake ID with all of your information on it and just a different birth date. And that's one of the reasons that we'll be requiring any out-of-state ID to provide an additional picture ID.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Camacho?
Yes, thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. I noticed in your employment recruitment plan that you will be hiring a certain amount of or percentage that includes immigrants. I would just caution hiring immigrants who are not naturalized citizens, and you can talk to legal counsel about that. That's all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holmes?
Attorney Hawkins kind of just answered one of the questions, but with your proximity to the alley, which is a major young people's hangout, I mean, that's going to really require a lot of extra eyes and security, because as we know, that's a really major hangout for young people, college kids. It's multiple clubs up there. You know, maybe on a business sense, this location makes sense because of its proximity, but the added aggravation of being next to so many alcohol establishments. I mean, how are we going to mitigate a lot of that? I mean, I remember being 21. If marijuana was legal, this would have been the perfect thing. Go get some gummies and then go upstairs and drink for hours. So just those are some of the kind of things, I don't know, that you'd have to really try to mitigate. And I don't even have an answer for it. I don't. I'm just thinking out loud. So that might be something you guys want to think about.
Absolutely, Commissioner, and we appreciate that. And I think that's one of the reasons that the hours of operation for cannabis dispensaries close much earlier than those establishments with on-premise pouring permits.
Yeah, actually, I do see you guys will be technically trying to close at 9, and that is before they would be open. So
they might be open, but it's not the time that is kind of the density of patrons. And I think that's one of the reasons that it makes sense to have kind of this earlier closing hour in this situation. And again, I just want to emphasize those establishments, while we can't control what someone brings to another location, they're also 21 plus. Right? They're also IDing and monitoring that. This is if in terms of Massachusetts, this is a legal substance for 21 plus.
And in just saying that, have you guys had any conversation with those establishments up in the alley? What do they think? What is their thoughts about the opening?
We have reached out to everyone. as you can imagine, we didn't receive much feedback. We did speak to one of the theaters that was very supportive, but again, we want to look at this, if we're approved, as a collaborative effort. And that's a discussion we're more than happy to continue having if we are approved, about how we, one, ensure that, you know, if there's a banned patron list for individuals trying to get in, or individuals trying to have to bring product on site, that those are the kinds of things we want to work collaboratively with, not only with the other restaurants, clubs, and bars, but the other cannabis establishments in the city.
Because I would think if the alley's having a big night, that would also kind of affect your clientele as well, with the entering and exiting of your establishment. So I would think that I could see your point with trying to collaborate and maybe having a better presence of security between the alley, your establishment, and the restaurant, you know, all working together. But I mean, that's it. I'm kind of thinking out loud about the area, but that's it, really.
No, we appreciate that. And I think that's entirely on point, and that's our responsibility as an operator to make those relationships should we be approved.
Thank you.
Jasmine, I have one more question. Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Leslie, in the presentation, you said that you guys say that you have two things: partnerships with organizations who work with targeted populations. What would be those partnerships here in Boston? And also 20% plus of shelf space will be reserved for companies owned by economic empowerment applicants. Do you have a sense of how you're doing that in Nantucket? It's a very different market, but
Absolutely.
like, do you have the percentage of how you're engaging?
So Nantucket is unique in that it is vertically integrated, and because it is on an island and cannabis is federally illegal, you cannot bring new product in. So on Nantucket, we cannot bring in any product from another establishment. So I'll ask Nicole in just a minute to speak to the recruitment ideas here. But Jen, do you want to just briefly touch on the groups that you've been in conversations with?
And also, so are we saying that the 20% is aspirational, sort of, since you're kind?
But let me take the first one, and then we'll get to the second one.
So I've actually spoken to Mr. May at the Office of Returning Citizens, and there's been a conversation to have a sort of a training program created where people would be able to go through the training program, and we would work with the Green Lady Dispensary for specific skills that we would be able to train for, and then sort of move those people into jobs that are opening at the facility. One of the other organizations that we had a really engaging conversation with is Bagley. Understanding that there's a financial donation or there's volunteerism involved, that there's no advertising allowed. So you're not going to be able to see the fact that the Green Ladies being a part of their organization, because a number of their constituency is under 21. And so with the advertising regs for the CCC, you're not able to do any type of advertising. So the two programs that are hopefully going to come to fruition, and the training program through the Office of Returning Citizen is going to take some time. Mr. May said that they have to actually create it, which is really exciting because we're going to be able to tailor it for this facility. And then hopefully down the road, they'll be able to create a bigger program with more people being able to go through the trainings.
So they're creating a pilot program with you, together with this team. Is that what it is?
Yep. And Mr. May has access to funding where people will be able to get a stipend who go through the training program that he's working on creating. We spoke with him, I believe it was last month or the month before, and he said to give him a little bit to create it so that he can put together the information he needs. And then we're following up with him once the meeting's over and we move through the process.
Second question.
Yes, to address your second part of your question, out on Nantucket, as Leslie was saying, we can't buy cannabis from off the island. So we cultivate, we do product manufacturing, and we sell our product here. But what I can tell you, which I think is part of your question, on Nantucket, we've been open now 4 years, going on 5 years, which is forever in cannabis years. It's kind of like dog years, but for cannabis. And every single year, we've exceeded our expectations for hiring a diverse staff. And Nantucket is not known necessarily as a place for diversity, but every one of our percentages we've surpassed. The only one that we've had trouble with is people with past convictions, which has always been difficult because you can't ask about that during the hiring process. So that's why I'm really glad that Jen has put that together for the potential in Boylston.
I was more talking about the shelf space, which is in the application. You said
Yes.
the shelves, so I'm asking about in terms of that supply diversity.
Yes, Clea can answer that.
So in Newton, we just opened in Newton actually last month. So I've built the menu for our Newton store, and I've made sure I spent months reaching out to local businesses and women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and product manufacturers. So I believe at least 75%, if not more, is local businesses to Massachusetts. We work with very few MSOs, multi-state operators. I want to say at least 10% of our menu is women-owned and minority-owned businesses. We do work with a veteran-owned business, so it's harder, obviously, to get those numbers up because there is very few of them. But we're always working on it and looking for more, smaller companies to partner with that are similar to us. We're a small women-owned, minority-owned business, so it's very important to us. And we do, we make we make space for companies like that.
Thank you. Please provide it to us as well.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Thank you, Jasmine, and thank you all.
Any additional comments from our commissioners?
Jasmine, I just have one. We've seen a number of applicants who we have licensed and approved come back to us before they even opened and requested to increase their hours of operation before they even opened. And would you commit to not increasing your hours? Requesting the board to increase your hours. Right now it's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And I'm looking at the map. I see where you are in Newton. Nantucket, you closed earlier. Newton, you're in right in Newton Center, where there's other places that are opened up at 9 a.m. But I'm not as familiar with where this is. But I'm asking if you would commit not to come back and ask to expand those hours.
I will have to defer to Nicole, but I think that's an entirely reasonable request. Nicole, I will defer to you.
Yes, I think it's a reasonable request as well. I know cannabis companies have long hours, but sometimes I even question opening up at 9 a.m., So I think that's a very reasonable request in consideration with everything else we've discussed this afternoon. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from our commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Chu from Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office hosted a community meeting on June 13th, 2023. In that meeting, concerns were raised about the proposed site's close proximity to a dining hall where Emerson College has numerous dormitories and classrooms. Another concern mentioned by the community was the closeness of the site to the Transportation Children's Center, nearby daycare facility catering to infants through 5 years of age, situated within the state's transportation building. Others noted the presence of 2 other dispensaries already operating within a mile from the site. Although just outside the half-mile buffer zone, residents felt there were already enough cannabis dispensaries in this portion of the downtown area. We have also received 83 letters of support, all of which have been forwarded to the Boston Cannabis Board, the Downtown Residents Association, and the Midtown Plaza Neighborhood Association. The active civic body in this area both oppose and strongly advocates for the applicant to explore an alternative location that does not present the same intricate issues and challenges to the neighborhood. Emerson College has also stated their opposition. The college's policy prohibits all forms of smoking within college buildings, as well as the possession of cannabis or cannabis-infused products. These express fears of running afoul of federal laws, including the Drug-Free Workplace Acts and Drug-Free Schools and Communities Acts. Compliance with these statutes is paramount to safeguarding the college's eligibility for federal funding, including student financial aid programs. At this time, we would like to defer judgments to the board.
Good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Council President Flynn's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition to this proposal. He has also provided an opposition letter to the board. In recent weeks, the councilor has received emails, letters from downtown neighbors and important stakeholders in the community, including Emerson College, Downtown Boston Residents Association, the Ritz-Carlton Bridge Over Troubled Waters and Transportation Children's Center, opposing the proposed location. Many of them raised concerns about the potential detrimental impact on the neighborhood students' population, public safety, public health, and overall quality of life issues. Over the past few years, the councilor has extensively worked with the Boston Police and community partners to strengthen police and law enforcement presence in the downtown crossing and theater district area to combat crime, substance abuse, and illegal activities. This problem has unfortunately had negative impact on the downtown environment, and the councilor is concerned that this dispensary at this location will exacerbate the host of difficult issues that downtown already faces. Lastly, this dispensary is within half-mile radius of 130 Boston Street, where there are several facilities for children and at-risk youth, including the Transportation Children's Center, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, and the William J. Ostigay High School. These establishments play a key role in offering vital services to children and vulnerable youth. The presence of a cannabis dispensary only a handful of blocks away may endanger the critical work of these important and life-saving organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Our office has received multiple letters from the community and neighbors in opposition to this project. They believe it will set a bad precedent if cannabis dispensaries are allowed to be located on college campuses. There are also 4 other dispensaries in the college's very small campus area, which could negatively impact students and result in a strain on the college's police department resources as well. For these reasons, Councilor Murphy would like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Council go on record in opposition, echoing the sentiments of Council President Flynn's office, as well as noting the council is concerned about very concerned about the location of this facility so close to Emerson College, as well as other schools like Ostigay Recovery High School, which is solely focused on the recovery of those students who have previously suffered from addiction. The council had to go on record in opposition.
Thank you. Any other elected officials or their representatives? All right, Allison's gonna read through those who signed up.
Thanks, Jasmine. As a reminder, as I call you off, you could please restate your name and your address for the record. David Spriggs, you're first. If you're available, please proceed. Okay, how about Ryan St. Marie? I see you, Ryan. You can proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Ryan St. Marie. I'm the general manager for the One Charles condominiums. I represent the more than 500 residents of One Charles, which includes many children, teens, and adolescents. On behalf of the residents, we vehemently oppose the placement of this dispensary at this location. The proximity to Emerson College, Boston Common, as well as several daycares in the area make this location very accessible to younger residents. Young and impressionable children and students pass through these streets every day. Children play baseball, softball, tennis within an arm's throw where this dispensary will be set up. While the shop speculates that people will purchase their products and then head home to enjoy at their leisure, we can't speculate that they won't just as easily walk across the street to Boston Common and enjoy the products there. It's very difficult to regulate what happens after these people leave the shop. and it's extremely easy for someone to pass a gummy to another person once they leave the shop. It's also very easily that children will be able to get their hands on things that look just like candy. There's already a lack of police presence in the neighborhood, especially in Boston Common. Without proper presence and surveillance, the neighborhood is left vulnerable to the poor, the mentally ill, and quite often they resort to drugs and alcohol. The Green Lady Dispensary has not demonstrated that they will be able to control this identified problem, nor that they have shown that they care to do so. They have taken the stance that once the product leaves the door, it's unreasonable for them to try and control what hands their product gets into. Not only will this have an effect on the area, it also has an effect on other facets as well. The traffic along Boylston Street is already locked up most of the day, and this traffic problem will probably only further be worsened once people try to double park and jump out of their car at this location, as I personally seen is still a problem at Berkshire Roost in East Boston. We're also frightened that the residents' home values will suffer when this dispensary is put into this location.
Hi, Ryan, that is your 2 minutes. If everyone could be mindful, it is a 2-minute warning.
Thank you, Jasmine. I believe it's Mary Spriggs. If you're available, please proceed. No, how about Robert Casagrande?
How you doing? My name is Robert Casagrande. I am the police chief at Emerson College. Speaking in opposition of this, one of the reasons I can talk of is what Ryan was just mentioning, the traffic. As far as the customers parking for traffic, I don't know, people that aren't familiar with this area, all the parking spaces from 150 Boylston up to 132 are handicap spots. The spots in front of 132 to 122 is no parking for emergency vehicles only. And then the remaining spots on Boylston Street, all the way to the end to 80, are for commercial vehicles only from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So if I calculate it right, you will only have parking 3 hours a day, Monday through Saturday, and then parking on Sunday. Again, we see the cars double park in front of other businesses for the food delivery drivers running in. They block the right-hand travel lane, which is also a bike lane. I've seen bicyclists now have to go into the left lane and almost get hit by cars, so it's a safety reason for that. A second issue is Boylston Place Alley, which runs right in between the dining center and this proposed location. On numerous occasions, myself and other officers have removed non-Emerson community members sitting on the benches and tables there smoking marijuana. They've been moved along. I can just see this problem getting worse with now the dispensary right at the top of the alley, and then being able to come right out and consume their product right outside. With all our students going to classes and to lunch and to other things and constantly passing through that alley and by the front, I just don't think that when the will of the voters was passed, I don't think it was to open a cannabis shop right in the middle of a college campus. So thank you.
Thank you. Mary Higgins, if you are available, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Allison. Chairwoman Joyce, Boston Cannabis Board Commissioners. My name is Mary Higgins. I'm actually representing the Midtown Park Plaza Neighborhood Association. I don't want to repeat everything that Chulan Huang had indicated earlier, but some of the primary reasons for not supporting this is the location and the fact that I know the applicant says that it's not an area saturated with dispensaries, but there are 2 cannabis dispensaries operating within 0.6 of a mile, which is right outside the half-mile buffer zone. So there are 2 facilities close by that folks that are 21 and older could purchase products from. And also a daycare center in the state transportation building that does serve infants through children up through the ages of 5 years of age. For those reasons, and we are mindful, the members here, it isn't the plan, it's not the security plan. The location for the Midtown Park Plaza members is paramount to these applications. So for those reasons, the members could not support this due to the location of this dispensary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Margaret, I know you've spoken before and I always say your last name wrong, so I apologize in advance. So please feel free to proceed.
Thank you very much. It's Ings, I-N-G-S, like sings. I'm Peggy Ings. I'm the Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Emerson College. And I sit here thinking, why are we here? Why are we sitting here debating, listening to a very disingenuous group of people saying that Emerson College, they're not near, it's not a campus that they're on. Well, the optics up and down the whole street is that is right in the thick. It's our front door. But more importantly, in this hearing, I think the commissioners should know that Boston is more than a geographic location for Emerson College. Emerson College is proud to call Boston its home. We've been here for more than 140 years, and we want to continue to be here. Unfortunately, this location, this application is certainly one of the most challenging for the college's existence. We have tours, 60 kids touring with parents 6 times a day. We have students who actually have been recovering from this addiction. We have several wellness programs in place, but the college is totally confident that if these students and all the students have this close, it's 5 steps away from the major dining hall. It's 15 steps away from a freshman dorm. If you were a parent and you were looking for a college, I wonder what you might be thinking. That Emerson College allowed this to happen? It didn't. It didn't. Emerson College is the target. Emerson College is the target market. This is the target market. There is no other target market. This will interfere with summer conferences.
I'm sorry, I have to step in. I'm not going to have my client.
Okay, Leslie.
In this way.
Leslie, 1 second. Jasmine's controlling the hearing.
All right, apologies.
Yep, sorry, Peggy, you are actually 2 minutes and we do have
Okay,
your letter.
I'll finish up, okay? I just wanted everyone to know that besides the college students, we have summer programs for all youth from ages 12 to 22 this summer. We have educational programs for pre-college kids offered to high school students in various disciplines.
Peggy, I don't want to be disrespectful, but we do have your letter and it seems like that's what you're going over. The board members do have your letter.
Thanks, Jasmine. Rahul Khanna, if you are available, please feel free to speak.
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is Rahul Khanna. And just as an introduction, we live on the floor of the proposed site, 132 Boylston Street. And we are a young family. We bought this unit in 2021. We have 2 kids, age 10 and 7. And I submit my strong opposition to this proposal. I think it is very reckless. We can have this proposal on the table and it will be devastating for society, right? We're talking of about 5,000 youngsters walking up and down the alley. And we're debating on the semantics off campus, but we know that Emerson is in this building, Emerson on the right, and Emerson is right behind it. Right? Emerson is a strong reason for my opposition, but even the condom trust documents, it prohibits the use of any preparation or storage of food or any sale of alcohol. The trust documents were drafted in 1981, and back in the day, alcohol was the only legally intoxicating substance available, right? So when we bought this in 2021, we just bought it because of the historic neighborhood, the historic presence of the building, knowing that this is a family-oriented building and there will never be any food, any beverage or alcohol. We do have a young family. And my third reason for opposition is just the setup of the elevator in this building, right? Typically, when we think about buildings, the elevators do open in the hallway that leads to the entry door of a condominium unit. In this case, you take the elevator and you land in the living room of the units above it. There's unit 2, unit 3, unit 4, 5, and 6. So there are 5 units above it. And the way the elevator setup is, it lands directly in the open living area. So that will bring a lot of odor to all the residents.
Mr. Connor, that is your 2 minutes. We do have your letters as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Robin Duffy, if you are still with us, please feel free to proceed. Okay. That looks like that concludes everybody who signed up online, Jasmine.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide? Seeing no one, I'm just going to give the applicant a final wrap up, a very brief wrap up, if you like.
Thank you, Jasmine. As much as you hope I would waive that, we appreciate it. Again, we appreciate the time to present. We think that this is a great applicant. And while we certainly understand the concerns regarding the proximity to Emerson, given the fact that this is a substance that has also been legalized and in many ways has even more restrictive regulations that apply to it, we think that just like the fact that Emerson itself leases to operations that are 21 plus, that there are safeguards that we are putting in to ensure there is no diversion. And we actually think that this could be a good business in a currently vacant space where we will be submitting supplemental materials pursuant to any of the questions by the chair or the commissioners. I do want to make one thing clear, that in no way are we targeting Emerson students. And we do take that as a personal attack that in no way has been justified. We've asked Emerson multiple times to meet with us and to have conversations, and they have refused to do so. Again, if we are approved, we do want to be a partner. We want to have conversations with everyone, and we want to work together. So again, appreciate everyone's position and appreciate the board's time.
Thank you so much. And with that, the board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
So our final, I can't even talk anymore. Sorry. Our final item is reappearing before us to satisfy the quorum requirement. The applicant is Enjaga Delivery LLC, DBA Zaza Zoom. The proposed license premise is 1457 VFW Parkway, West Roxbury. The license type is a courier, delivery operator, and product manufacturing license. The proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. This is an equity applicant. They filed on June 27, 2022. They filed with Inspectional Services July 8, 2022, and the community meeting was held on December 7th of 2022. There is a buffer zone conflict with another cannabis establishment. And if Shakia is here, we have to read the equity certification into the record again. If she's still on, Shakia.
I am still here.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Jasmine. Good afternoon, everyone. Our office was able to certify Enjaga Delivery LLC, DBA Zaza Zoom, as an equity applicant through the documentation submitted by the applicants Cleon Byron and Shalair Armstrong. Mr. Byron is the Chief Business Development Officer and Ms. Armstrong is the Marketing Manager, both of which are 25.5% beneficial interest holders of Enjaga Delivery LLC, meeting the 51% ownership interest threshold set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Byron meets the following criteria: a person who has resided in an area of disproportionate impact, as defined by the Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, for at least 5 of the past 10 years, Mr. Byron submitted a proof of residency certificate from the City of Boston Elections Department, establishing Boston residency from 2011 to 2019. The geocoder address search tool confirms that the address provided by Mr. Byron is located in Census Tract 081700, which has been designated as an area of disproportionate impact per CCC guidelines. Also meeting a person who is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. Mr. Byron self-identifies as Black and provided his driver's license. Also meeting a person who has been certified by the Cannabis Control Commission as an economic empowerment applicant or is a participant in the Cannabis Control Commission Social Equity Program and is a resident of Boston for at least one of the last 3 years. Mr. Byron submitted proof of participation in the CCC Social Equity Program and has been an approved applicant as of March 2020. He also provided his license as proof of Boston residency for at least one of the last 3 years. Ms. Armstrong meets the following criteria: a person who is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. Mrs. Armstrong provided her driver's license and self-identifies as Black. A person whose annual household income is at or below 100% of the area median income. Mrs. Armstrong provided her 2021 income tax return, which reported a taxable income below 100% of the area median income of Randolph. And a person who has been certified by the Cannabis Control Commission as an economic empowerment applicant or is a participant of the CCC Social Equity Program and is a resident of Boston for at least one of the last 3 years. Ms. Armstrong submitted proof of participation in the CCC Social Equity Program and has been an approved applicant as of October 2021. She has also provided a lease of proof of residency in Boston in 2020, showing residency for at least one of the last 3 years. Are there any other questions about this certification?
No, I think we're good, Shakia. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who is present on behalf of licensee? Or did you guys introduce yourselves? Sorry.
Nabil Audi here.
And Nancy Audi.
All right, you can share your screen and begin.
Leon and Shalair are here too, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Leon and Shalair.
I'll share my screen now.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to introduce to you Njaga Delivery, doing business as Zaza Zoom. We are a company created by minorities, West Roxbury locals, and we are woman-owned and with a goal to launch a cannabis establishment on VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. I'd like to first introduce myself. My name is Nabil Audi. I'm the CEO. We have Cleon Byron, the Chief Business Development Officer, Dr. Shalair Armstrong, the Chief of Diversity and Marketing, as well as Nancy Audi, the Operations Manager. Now I'd like to introduce to you our location. It is located at 1457 VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. We are family, it's a family-owned building, and it is a locally owned business as well. We are going for the manufacturing, delivery, and courier licenses. We have 30 parking spaces that will be dedicated to the establishment. We are in a great location where it is very, it is discreet and secluded on VFW Parkway, in between VFW, the state highway, and the Charles River, and the closest school is half mile away.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Cleon, and I'm going to be talking about the security plan. Not that one good thing, we're not visible from the street. We're tucked in the back. We're not accessible to the public, so there will be no walk-in traffic or anyone coming to the door or anyone parking on the premises unless they're actually employees of the establishment. We have a Sally Point compliant entrance. A Sally Point compliant entrance just means the cars will be going into the garage. The doors will be sealed. All of the transactions will be behind closed doors in the Sally Port. Also, there will be body cameras and cameras in and outside the facility 24/7. There will be cameras inside the cars to watch the product and the employees for added security. Also, there would be body cams also with the employees. So when they leave the car and go to the door, there's an added sense of security, what's going on and with the transactions. Also, we will be using Third Eye Security, which is a minority-owned security company. Third Eye has been around for 20 years. They also have a lot of recommendations from the Boston Police Department, and they've done a great job securing buildings with high-level security cameras. And I will pass it on.
So like we mentioned before, our goal is to be nearly invisible to the surrounding area. We are tucked between VFW Parkway and the Charles River, making us not visible from the street, and we will not be open to the public. All of the vehicles that will be delivering will be unmarked vehicles, so no one will know where these vehicles are going or what's in these vehicles. And we are starting off conservatively with 2 to 3 vehicles, which will not affect traffic, as that is less than a 0.01 increase with all the cars that pass on VFW Parkway already. And it is important to note that delivery is already happening in West Roxbury, so this is nothing new to the community. I'm now going to address the support that we received from our community. We've spoken with many businesses and residents in our area who are excited and have given us their support for this project. We had a community outreach meeting in December, as Jasmine mentioned. That was via Zoom, but then we also attended 2 in-person community meetings in April in West Roxbury, where we had the chance to speak with residents face-to-face and listen to their feedback. The West Roxbury Neighborhood Association granted us their support moving forward. We also have gotten full support from City Councilor Kendra Hicks and her team. Councilor Hicks explained to us that senior citizens in our area are lacking support. Given this, we decided to volunteer at ABBA Village. That's a senior living community in West Roxbury, and they have given us their support, and we plan to volunteer and execute events for the seniors in the future.
So again, my name is Dr. Shalair Armstrong. I'm going to talk a little bit about the community benefits. So as you've heard from Nabil and Nancy, they're part of the local community, and their family has been deeply embedded in the local community as employers. So we're taking pride in being both local employers and locally owned. The relationship does go beyond providing jobs. It actually creates a symbiotic relationship with the area that we plan to operate in, which is West Roxbury. So by establishing the courier and delivery business at this location, we're really positioned well to enhance the landscape of the VFW Parkway corridor by creating a safer environment for local businesses and residents with the cameras that are going to be all around the facility. Our influence, we are hoping, will positively impact the reduction of black market sales in the area. We're offering safe, licensed, regulated options for consumers that are in the area, particularly the seniors that can't get out. We will be doing courier service. So along with that is their ability to access the things that they want without having to go out. So we're striving for a lasting social impact through the volunteer program that Nancy spoke about at ABBA Village, which is the senior community. So we'll offer activities that are engaging the seniors. That's going to further intertwine us with the fabric of this community. So our goal isn't just to operate in this community, but to really enrich it and to uplift it and to make it better than we found it. So in terms of employment, go to the next, yeah. So in terms of employment, we stand unique. So we're proud to be 100% local, minority and women-owned business. Our diversity and employment plan aims to be inclusive in the workplace, which represents a diversity of the West Roxbury community. So this includes specifically employing low-income seniors, because that's something that we did discuss particularly with the community. So as part of our ongoing operation and growth strategy, we're actually actively seeking out quotes from minority businesses like Third Eye Security, which provided the security plan that Cleon talked about earlier, to ensure that our impact is holistic and does support marginalized communities on multiple levels. So we want to thank you for having us on again. We're circling back and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. We'll begin with questions, comments from the commissioners, starting with Chairwoman Joyce.
I'm gonna turn my time over to Commissioner Camacho, who didn't have the pleasure of being here when we first heard this application a while back, so no questions.
Thank you, Chair Joyce. Couple of questions. How many full-time and part-time employees, and what will be your starting rates?
So we're going to have 10 to 14 full-time and part-time employees. I'm not sure of what the split's going to be, but our rates are going to be starting from 18 to 22.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Commissioner Holmes.
Yes, but I'm confused because they were here before, but they had to come back because did they have, don't laugh at me, Mr. Byron. Didn't they do a community?
Yes, so it was two things. They had to meet with one of the community organizations. I forget the name at the top of my head. But then at the same time, Darlene had left, Commissioner Lombos, and so Commissioner Camacho didn't hear it. So that's why they had to re-present. But
So what happened at the community meeting? How did that go for you guys? That's what I want to know.
It went very well. We had the chance to talk, in depth with, a couple different people from the community, and go into depths with the board members on the West Roxbury Neighborhood Association, and yeah, after the conversation, I thought it was a very, very good conversation, and we ended up getting their support towards the end, where they agreed with us. We brought up any points or disputes, from locals, and we went over in more detail, kind of to.
And we just made it a point that we're here to work with them, and
Correct. Yes.
It was a good conversation.
It was.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Jasmine. Mr. Byron.
Yes.
The diversity and employment plan. I like it. 3 really broad goals. 100% this, 100% that. Sometimes it needs more specifics. Like, the other commissioner just asked about how many full and part-time, like what's the salary, what's the benefits, what's the, and then you mentioned in here, we're already pursuing quotes from minority businesses. I have no idea what that means or for what.
Well, for some of our vendors, for electricians, plumbers, to do like the construction work, and also with the Third Eye.
So you're talking about the build out?
Yes.
Okay, so build out. Okay.
Yeah.
And what else? That's germane to the business. So there's a build out piece, but what else?
Yeah. Also, the security will be ongoing. Plus, we have a really good relationship with a lot of people in the cannabis business because we've been here for a long time. And behind the scenes, we've been making a lot of good connections and for us to work with other minority businesses in Massachusetts.
To do what?
Well, we strive to be multi-state operators. So some of our Black business owners are cultivators. Some are in the courier business. We are planning on expanding in the Massachusetts market, just not the Boston market, because we know there's a lot of other areas besides Boston that are going through the same things as us. And doing these classes and through the CCC, we met a lot of people that we know going through the same problems, and we kind of made a pact to see if we can work together to, revitalize the areas that we need to help.
Okay. Reduction of black market. What is that?
So black market sales, we all know what black market sales is. People that are selling cannabis that isn't regulated, that isn't tested. And me being a chiropractor, I'm recommending my patients get certain certain things to help them with their musculoskeletal injuries. Now they're looking at, oh, do I call my cousin down the road or do I go to a dispensary? Well, and I'm always going to suggest that they go to a dispensary because it's going to have exactly what's gone on there. Everything has been tested from seed to sale, things like that. So what we're looking at is a reduction in that black market because it's so unregulated and it's just not the space where me as a healthcare professional would want my patient's family or friends to be either.
But you're not a dispensary.
No, but we are,
Okay.
but we are distributing, right?
Okay.
So they would look online and they would say, okay, what's the contents of this? What's the terpene profile of this? Versus when they're getting from the black market, I can say to them, you need something with these things, linolene and these things, they would help you. If they were to go and ask their weed man would say, it's monkey chew or something like that, and wouldn't give them any specifics about it. So that's what the reduction is.
Thank you so much for the added context. Yeah.
Okay, any additional comments from our commissioners? All right. We'll begin with public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representative.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time, the Mayor's Office like to defer to the judgment of this board. As you heard previously, this applicant went through a community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting, a community meeting rather, on December 7th of 2022, where the applicants were on to answer questions from residents. Later, they met twice with the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council. There was a board member and some neighbors who I think had concerns regarding the proximity to another dispensary, as well as the notification process, but they returned back after doing some further outreach and met with the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council, which voted to support this proposal, 6 votes to 2 on April 25th of 2022. And with that, we'll defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Any other elected officials or the representative? No one. Allison, did anyone sign up?
No takers.
All right, would anyone else would like to speak on this proposal? All right, the board will take this matter under advisement. All right, so those are all the matters before the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good
And
night.
thank you for your patience. I know it was a long hearing.
All right. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Those are all the matters before the board today. The voting meeting will take place next Wednesday at 1 p.m., which is September 20th. And the login information will be found on our website, boston.gov/cannabis. Thank you for attending and enjoying the rest of your evening.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Have a good night.